Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favor upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic, and endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government, this land and people may be well and truly served, and thy good purposes of good life be realized in our midst. Amen. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a good where all success shall be founded on the services and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the effort of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honorable members, item 3, collection of votes and proceedings and official report. Collection of votes, page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Page 7. Page 8.
Mr. Speaker, page 8, number 23. Page 8, number 23. I was present at the committee meeting as early as 9, and I realized that my name is still captured absent. I thought that the representative of the clerk at the committee would have done reconciliation at the close of the day. If I have to leave a committee meeting and come and write my name, and that is the procedure, as new as I am, I'm willing to learn. I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker.
Table office, please take note. Page 9. Page 10. Page 11. Page 12. Page 13. Page 14. Page 15. Page 16. Page 17. Page 18. Page 19. Page 20. Page 21. Page 22. Page 23. Page 24. Page 25. And finally, page 26. Yes, Honorable Speaker, Leader.
Speaker, just a minor correction. A minor correction on page 12. The report Mr. Speaker, I think I've just seen, I've seen the correction. That is F on page 12 is accurate. I thought it was referring to items listed 1, 2, 3. That is the special budget committee items. What is F and coming from the committee. In any event, Mr. Speaker, a member of any committee has the responsibility in the absence of the chair or vice chair or ranking to present a report from the committee to the House. So, in the absence of the chair or vice chair, the person could do as a member, his own capacity. But here is on behalf of, it doesn't really matter though. So we can take it like that. But I'm saying that any member of the committee can present the committee's report if the chair and the vice, or the ranking and the vice ranking, are not in the chamber. Oh, thank you.
Okay, all right.
Mr. Speaker, the leader is right. But the challenge is that sometimes the member may not be aware that the report is ready. The report is ready. Because if the report is not ready per Order 75, it cannot be laid. Before you lay it, there must be sufficient copies for distribution to members in the House. But sometimes what happens is that when the chairman finishes the report, he wants to reconcile certain things with the ranking members. So in the absence of both of them, if we say a member should lay, a member who may not be privy to whether the report is right or not, ready or not, we may run into certain difficulties. And that is why sometimes, anyway, but yes, if the report is ready, the orders provide that a member can present the report or move a motion or anything once he's a member of that committee. So ours will be to make sure that there are sufficient copies and we have copies. And that was one time from the front bench, we defer to the ranking member to ask whether there are sufficient copies or members have copies or not. So if the member can answer all those questions, we may not have any challenge.
I think we are all in agreement. If the chairman, his vice, or ranking is not available, any member, if the reports are ready, any member can present the report. Honorable members, the votes and proceedings of the 29th sittings of the first meeting of the first session held yesterday, Tuesday, 23rd March 2021, as collected, are adopted as the true records of proceedings. Item number 5. Honorable Speaker has accepted and admitted a statement from a member for Domiabra Ubum constituency, Honorable Sophia Kalem Ekuyokon, MP for Domiabra Ubum, in honor of the late Honorable Daud Enum Yemi. Honorable Member, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, I'm most grateful for the opportunity to pay tribute to my predecessor, Honorable Daud Enum Yemi, who was the former member of Parliament for Domiabra Ubum constituency from 2004 to 2016. He served on the Foreign Affairs, Local Government, and Office of Members Holding Profit Committees. In 2013 to 2016, he was a member of the Controller and Accountant General Board. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Daud Enum Yemi was a journalist and communication expert born on May 6, 1954. Yes, he hails from La in Accra, in the Greater Accra region. He obtained a diploma in journalism from Ghana Institute of Journalism in 1981 and a diploma in social sciences from the Academy of Science and Management in Bulgaria in 1985. He last worked with the National Archives of Ghana before becoming an MP. He is married with 5 children. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Dawood is an old and staunch politician who served in the National Democratic Congress and hence was among the first batch of the group that was sent to Bulgaria in 1980 as Committee for the Defense of Revolution, CDR. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Dawood, popularly known as Magbirebo, in his social and political life in the Domiabra constituency, he initially contested as the parliamentary candidate in the Ganov constituency in the year 2000 and lost. As a strong and very optimistic person, he never gave up. Mr. Speaker, when the constituency was later divided into two, he came back to contest as an assembly member at the Pano electoral area of the Domiabra Obom constituency. In 2001, he was an assembly member for Pano electoral area and later contested the general election of the National Democratic Congress ticket. That's in 2004. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Dawood, known as Magbebo, had a very good relationship with his constituents. Every constituent, both children and adults, when asked who is the MP for Domiabra Obom, will tell you Honorable Dawood. Mr. Speaker, till today, all constituents know Honorable Dawood to be the MP for the electoral area. Mark Bebo is always present at every funeral in the constituency. He never missed any social gathering. Eating and dancing with his chiefs and his constituents is his best time. Mr. Speaker, I remember when I lost my election in 2012, after I contested with Honorable Sarah Adjoa Safua, Adomi Kwabenya. He called me one early morning and told me, so far, don't worry, I'm going to give you my seat. I thought it was a joke, but after a while, one Saturday morning, and told me to join him in the constituency, so he introduced me to the constituency. That was my gateway to the parliament. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Dawood has been my teacher, my guardian, my mentor, and my father in politics. I'm always at his feet, paying attention to his interesting stories that he tells me during his time of CDR, CADA, and in NDC. He will tell you strategies and how to go about issues when it comes to politics. Mark Gable passed on the 6th of March, 2021. Mr. Speaker, Mark Gable is one of our stout and hard-working MPs, and a big tree has fallen from the constituency. Mark Gable, we love you as you most. May you rest in the bosom of the Lord. Mr. Speaker, these are few words of tribute I'd like to share in memory of my predecessor, Honorable Dawood Yemo. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. We have a lot to do today, so I will invite contribution one from each side, and if leadership may also add up to it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to add my voice to the statement made by Sophia Akuaku. Mr. Speaker, in 2013, when I joined this House, I met Honorable Dawood, and he was in Foreign Affairs Committee, and I was also a Foreign Affairs Committee member. Mr. Speaker, he worked with us in the committee level as a father, and he mentored a lot of us in Parliament. He was Greater Accra Caucus in Parliament Vice Chairperson from that 2013 to 2016. And he did everything he could to make sure those who joined from Greater Accra, he mentored them to guide them in the House. Mr. Speaker, he did his best as a member of Parliament and helped the people of Obom-Domi Abra constituency. And today he is no more. Mr. Speaker, all I would say is Ghana has lost an icon, and Ghana has lost somebody we all cherished. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Dawood and his family were close to us in Greater Accra Caucus, and we share with them their pain. Mr. Speaker, I'm here today to eulogize him and say we have lost an icon and ties with the family. And tomorrow is the burial, and I hope Parliament and all members of Parliament, Greater Accra, everybody will join us in the family house to make sure we give him a befitting burial. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to add my voice. Thank you.
Thank you, Leader. Honorable Sports Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to pay a tribute to our colleague, former Member of Parliament, Honorable Dawood Enum Yamua. Mr. Speaker, I had the opportunity of meeting this gentleman in the Steve Parliament, one Parliament. He was very good politician who didn't have divisive tendency in terms of agreeing even at the committee level. He was a very gentleman and by all standards. And in this moment, I can only wish his family well. And tomorrow, as we go, he embark on the journey to his ancestors. I urge all this house to pay our last respect to our former colleague for the job he did for his country and for Mother Ghana, even though he was in the different political device. I had a very frank and a very useful discussion with our colleague. He was a very good man by all standards, and in such occasion, it is only good and proper that we accord him all the needed respect. It's unfortunate that we have lost him, and I want, on behalf of the majority side, express our condolence to the bereaved family, and also urge the membership to see how we can also support in the funeral arrangement. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Will leadership say something? Honorable members, we bring contribution to the statement. We bring it to a close. Now we come to public business. Item number 6, presentation of papers. Respectfully, Leader of the House.
Mr. Speaker, there are some reports that are ready, so I could submit to the House the one in respect of item 6A, Roman number 1.
Report of the Special Budget Committee on Annual Budget Estimates of the Public Services Commission, PSC, for the year ending 31st December 2021.
Honorable members, the report has been duly presented and this is for the distribution for honorable members.
Mr. Speaker, I guess we can also do for 6F. Sorry, B. 6B.
Report of the Joint Committee on Trade, Industry and Tourism, and Youth, Sport and Culture on the annual budget estimates of the Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture for the year ending 31st December 2021.
Members, the report has been duly presented. It is for distribution to honorable members.
The Speaker, 6F now. F.
Report of the Committee on Youth, Sport and Culture on the annual budget estimates of the Ministry of Youth and Sport for the year ending 31st December 2021.
Honorable members, the report has been duly presented. It is for distribution to honorable members.
The Speaker, 6J. J.
Report of the Committee on Health on the annual budget estimates of the Ministry of Health.
No. As in Joseph.
Report of the Committee on Lands and Forestry and Mines and Energy on the annual budget estimates of the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources for the year ending 31st December 2021.
Honorable members, the report has been duly presented. It is for distribution to honorable members.
Speaker, 6K. 6K on page 5. K. K. Speaker, if I may seek the indulgence of colleagues to lay the document on behalf of the committee.
Environment, Science and Technology on the annual budget estimates of the Ministry of Environment, Science and Technology and Innovation for the year ending 31st December 2021.
Honorable members, the report has been duly presented. It is for distribution to honorable members.
Speaker, we can now go to item number 9, page 8.
Honorable Minister for Energy.
Mr. Speaker, I beg proof that this Honorable House approves the sum of 854,053,704 Ghana cedis for the services of the Ministry of Energy for the year ending 31st December 2021. Appeared on today's order paper, page 8, motion numbered 9. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The chairman of the committee.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I second the motion, and in so doing, I present the committee's report. Honorable Speaker, after the referral, the committee met on Friday, the 19th day of March 2021, and examined the estimates of the ministry. Present at the meeting were the Honorable Minister for Energy, Matthew Opoku-Prempeh, heads of agencies under the ministry, technical officers from the Ministry of Energy and Finance. The committee is grateful for their inputs and clarification. Honorable Speaker, I wish to crave the indulgence of the Hansa Department to capture the entire report as duly read, as I dilate on the salient points. Honorable Speaker, it seems to me that the program for the preceding year did not vary much from what is the outlook for 2021. In 2021, the outlook is as follows. Power generation and transmission will continue. Power distribution system improvement will continue. Energy conservation and cost recovery program will continue. Street lightening projects will continue. And what is very significant to our energy mix is the renewable energy development, which is continuing in earnest. Petroleum sector development will equally continue. And the budgetary allocation for these programs is in the sum of 854,062,606 Ghana cedis. Right, Honourable Speaker, observations. We dilated on over-dependency on donor funds for capital projects. We also touched on implementation lining project. There was also the necessity to improve the national electricity access rate. There was the serious matter of the impact, was a serious matter in addressing capacity charges by independent power producers. We also dilated on the relocation of Ameri power plants. There was necessity to address the policy on cylinder recirculation models. Relating to the Accra Energy Project, right, Honourable Speaker, there was a whole disruption of this important project because of the COVID challenges. And we are sure that negotiations will resume now that we are trying to contain the debilitating effect of COVID-19. The committee noted that a substantial amount of 6,857,166,815 comprising retained IGF of Ghana cedis 431,180, ESLA release of 783,792,907, and other sources of 6,702,941,782.67 was expended out of the 2020 budgetary allocation to the ministry. The ministry explained that the said expenditure was in respect of payment of power sector debt obligations, which are paid by the Ministry of Finance upon the request by the Ministry of Energy. The committee is of the view that the Ministry of Energy is aware of these debt obligations and could therefore make provision for them in its annual budgetary allocations. Accordingly, the committee recommends to the Ministry of Finance to create a line item in the Ministry of Energy to take care of such financial obligations. Right, Honourable Speaker, conclusion and recommendation. The committee, having thoroughly examined the budget estimates of the Ministry of Energy for 2021 fiscal year, is of the view that the policies and programs outlined for the year will go a long way to support the ministry, to support the achievement of the sector goal of providing secure, safe, reliable supply of energy to promote economic growth of the country. I'm concluding. The committee accordingly recommends to the House to adopt its report and approve the amount of 854,062,706 Ghana cedis only for the services of the Ministry of Energy for the year ending 31st December 2021, respectfully submitted.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to rise to second the motion. And do so, Mr. Speaker, and make some few notes. One, Mr. Speaker, on paragraphs, the concern that was stated had to do with the allocation in 2020, a total of 685,766,337 million Ghana cedi was what was allocated, and the over expenditure of 7,103,290,105 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, I think that we discussed extensively about the over expenditure and the reasons that were given. One of the major concerns in that area, especially in the power sector, had to do with the fact that, Mr. Speaker, capital expenditure allocations that were made were not forthcoming from the Ministry of Finance. And you realize that the reason why a lot of the projects that the Ministry of Energy had were not complete was because we were relying on donor funding completely. And that funds never came. Mr. Speaker, it is advised that the ministry must take the Ministry of Energy and make it a priority. Energy is at the heart of this economy. And if we are not going to really budget on capital expenditure, Mr. Speaker, we won't get anywhere. And that was really a matter of great concern. It explained why we didn't make a lot of progress. About a lot of the power projects that were close to completion, whether it's the Amandi power, AXA, which were all close to completion. Some of them are in commissioning. Mr. Speaker, it is very, very obvious. And we agree and we discuss that. The government is a continuum. These are very strategic power plants that were initiated by the previous government, and they are close to completion. It was interesting that when we got to Ameri, Mr. Speaker, it became clear that the Ameri plant, that was a subject of a lot of discussion here, is now a plant that is close to completion. In fact, it has come to its end of its run with the company that brought it. And we have some few outstanding payments to be made. The new minister and the government has now a plan to relocate the plant that now is going to belong to Ghana to Kumasi in the Ashanti region. And also a plan to extend the Atumabo gas pipeline, which the visionary leader, President John Mahama, had already envisioned and sent it to Prussia, which is on its way to the southern and the northern sector anyway. And Mr. Speaker, we discussed that. But it's important, and the lesson we learn from that is that when a government has good intention and put in policies, whether it's the gas plant, power plant addition, you don't come and condemn it. Right now, it is obvious that Ameri is now a baby free of charge for Ghana, because it's paid for. Mr. Speaker, in one of the observations, we realize that the area of renewable energy is a problem. We are not investing in renewable energy, and we are not going anywhere with it. We've taken more than 3 years to finish a solar panel at the Flagstaff House. Over 2 years. That was the only thing that was in the budget in 2019. As we speak, it's 60% complete. Mr. Speaker, we urge the ministry and the Ministry of Finance to support investing in renewable energy, especially capital projects. We should not leave that at the mercy of donors, because if we are going to achieve universal access to electricity, we can only do that if remote communities, off-grid communities that can only be reached with renewable access, have electricity. That is very critical, and so we are asking the ministry to do that. Mr. Speaker, on the upstream sector, we talked about the oil production, whether it's Jubilee, 10, and Sankofa, and the volumes there. It is very clear that these are the volumes that are sustaining us. The question was that, what can we do to make sure we increase output of oil production? It is as if since John Mahama and his NDC left office, the 3 oil production we left is all what we are depending on. The gas is what we are producing on. There's an excuse that somehow we don't have a new oil
feel producing oil because of COVID is far from the truth. COVID has contributed, but AKE, that was brought to this house, and we gave them all the goodies in the world, changed our laws to suit them. Basically, after getting all those amendments and the benefits, could not raise the money to do the development. And so, in the upstream sector, if you are not continuing adding more development, then we urge the ministry to support the Ministry of Energy to make sure that we can really bring activities in the upstream sector. Mr. Speaker, it was clearly concluded that the Ministry of Energy is at the heart of this economy. And so the committee, having thoroughly examined the budget and the planned activities for 2021, agreed that accordingly recommends to the House to adopt its report and approve an amount of 854,062,706 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Member. The motion has been moved and seconded. Please, as I said earlier, we have a lot to do today, and therefore we need to only invite one contributor from each side, and if leadership may also add up to it. Thank you very much. Honorable Member for Bebiani Anyaso Bekwai.
Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to add my voice to this important budget statement. As we all know, energy is the center of everything. Without it, I think whatever we are doing in this House will not even be possible. Right, Honorable Speaker, in taking the budget into consideration, the ministry considered what the state went through between the period of 2013 to 2016, where we suffered a crisis. And in dealing with this situation, we have three elements, three factors to make sure they are right. One is the power generation capacity, transmission and distribution efficiency, and the cost of power. It is clear that the ministry took into consideration the transmission line have Volta to Achimota and Mark, which is very weak. Without it, you may be able to generate power all right, but distribution becomes a problem. And therefore, the ministry is acting proactively, unlike in the past, where the government acted reactive, that wait for the problem to happen before you find solution. In power solution, you don't use that reactive method because it comes with consequence. One of them is the very thing that you buy when you use proactive method to solve the problem, it will come maybe twice or higher cost because the state will be in a state of desperation to solve it. The inconveniences that if you use the reactive method or approach, it will create for the citizens, and the political problems that it comes with. That can even be suicidal. And that is what we all saw in 2016 election. For the first time that one political party beating one by 1 million margin. It is the cost, their reactive method that they adopted to solve the problem in power problem. And that put us into that situation for almost 4 good years. Now, at the moment, you realize that
Honorable member, hold on. Honorable leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the honorable member just made a statement, and this is a House of Records. He said that for the first time, a poker party beat the other with a difference of 1 million votes. So, Speaker, I don't have problem with whatever figure is the difference. But if he has not got the evidence to lay on the table, then you should withdraw that statement. But if he has, that this party has beaten the other party with 1 million votes, and this is the evidence, he should lay it on the table. But if he has not got the evidence, he should just withdraw the statement and continue. Because he said one party has beaten another party with a difference of 1 million votes. I don't have that information. If he has, he should just lay that evidence that party A has beaten another party B with a 1 million vote. Which official records? Which official record? So please, he shouldn't go that tangent because it will not help him. So you guys should just withdraw and move forward.
Honorable leader, from the premise of your statement, you say you don't have any problem. So, honorable member, you may continue.
Thank you. Right.
Mr. Speaker, it looks like you did not follow what I said. I said I did not have problem with whatever figure different he mentioned. Whether 1 million or whatever figure, I don't have problem with that. But he mentioned a figure. My issue is that he should produce the evidence. That is why I have the problem. It's not a figure, but the evidence is what I have the problem. If he hasn't got it, then he should withdraw the statement.
Honorable member. Okay, honorable leader.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, I heard the colleague on his feet relate to a number. He said for the first time that a party has beaten the other party to the tune of about 1 million votes. I'm not too sure that he stated 1 million. He said about 1 million votes. And indeed, that figure exists in the official publication released in the Gazette by the Electoral Commission. Mr. Speaker, so I don't know where this is coming from. It exists in official publication. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure that this should be a subject of litigation.
Mr. Speaker, the honorable leader, in his usual style, tried to protect the honorable member. He said it's in the official report. Official publication. Mr. Speaker, you should just lay that publication. We do not have that election result gazetted. If you have, lay it. Lay it.
Mr. Speaker, an official publication does not relate only to Gazette publication. Yes. Even if it's published by a newspaper, it's official publication. If it's published by a newspaper, it's official publication. The definition of official publication means any publication produced by or under the authority or with the sanction of any ministry, department, organization, agency, association, society, or club. That's the meaning of official publication. If a newspaper publishes it, it's official publication.
Honorable leader, please, may we allow us to continue.
Mr. Speaker, the honorable leader, I know him very well. Even if you bring a publication by Ghana Web, he doesn't even recognize it. He doesn't recognize publication by Ghana Web. Today, any publication by a newspaper is official publication. That is how he is. They should just lay, even if it is published by Ghana Web, you should lay that one. I know you. You don't. So, Mr. Speaker, if the member hasn't got the information, it's just do the right thing. We move forward.
Honorable member, just take a cue.
Yeah. So, in order for the ministry to continue to be proactive so that we don't visit 2013 to 2016, the ministry is extending transmission grid from Kumasi to which has been divided into 3 phases, which from the first phase is close to completion, leaving the second phase from Kintampo to Tamale and third phase from Tamale to Ogatanga. Similarly, in the same transmission issue, Abuazi to Asanweso is also in a very bad condition, and the ministry again is acting proactively, has also taken into consideration of that line from Abuazi through Dunkwa Onofin to Asanweso within the Dubieni Amiansumekwai constituency. Without this step, clearly be experiencing power crisis. The ministry is actually doing a good job. They need to be commended. In similar vein, they are also constructing, part of the budget is going to a construction of a new substation at Dunkwa Onofin and another switch yard at Abuaze, which is 161 kV and 30 kV respectively at Abuaze. So all these things that the ministry is doing, they have taken into consideration that if you have the generation capacity right and your transmission lines or grids are also not efficient to face the problem that no Ghanaian wants to, hear again, because we all know how we suffered within that period, 2013 to 2016. The ministry is not ending it here. They are also ensuring that power that we generate is also used efficiently. Therefore, they are trying to change the old bulbs, the onion bulbs, the fluorescent bulbs with energy efficient. So the ministry has budgeted to provide us with 5 million energy efficient bulbs ranging from 6 watts to 13 watts. And all these things will go into the proper usage of the power that we utilize. Then with the cost issue, because we have the 2 factors right, but if the cost is also high, affordability becomes a problem, and the citizens cannot also afford. Therefore, with the previous agreements that our government came to inherit, we are trying to negotiate to bring it down. And 2 things comes up here. One, the government, the ministry, did not take a unilateral decision of imposing what it can pay on the power producers, but rather has invited them on a roundtable discussion. This shows that our people, our government, the ministry believe in rule of law, which is also one of the pillars that deepens democracy, attract investors into any country. Apart from this, also resorting to alternative power, which is the solar. And you see that Wave Power is now installing 50 megawatt solar power. VRA is also doing 19.8. So this is also going to affirm our position of energy generation mix so that in the long run, the price will again come down. To serve as example, that is why the Jubilee House has also installed, or is still ongoing, installing 912 kilowatts to serve as example for other government institutions to also emerge from the Jubilee House so that going forward, you will not resort only to the traditional power source, but you also resort to the solar, which initial cost may be high, but over a period becomes among the other sources. So, Mr. Speaker, with all these things that the Ministry of Energy intended doing, if the budget is approved, it will help all of us, because without energy, we cannot operate efficiently even in this August House. Therefore, I submit that the budget estimate be approved. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Honorable Member for Bongo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the motion that the budget allocated to the Ministry of Energy be approved. But in doing so, Mr. Speaker, it is important that we know exactly what we are approving. Because if you look at the order paper indicates that the amount we are supposed to be approving for the Ministry of Energy is 854,053,704. If you look at the report, the amount we are approving is 854,062,706. It means that we are not too sure exactly which one we are approving for the Ministry of Energy. It's important that...
Honorable Member, hold on. Let him give the opportunity to the chairman to clear that particular issue.
Speaker, there was a little bit of a mix in the way the amount was stated. So, to correct the records, the amount that we're craving the indulgence of the House to approve is what is properly captured in the order paper, the motion number 9. That is 854,053,704 Ghana cedis. Yes. And that is what is in the budget.
Thank you, Chairman. Honorable Member, you may continue.
And the report should be amended to reflect the true state of what is in the budget. Thank you.
So thank you very much. It is important that we have this properly stated. The second point I want to raise is on page 11. I realize that the budgetary allocation, but is it page 11? No, sorry. That's on the variance. Okay, yes. It's on page 7. On page 7. You realize that the financial performance of the ministry, you observe that the amount of money that was approved was 685,766,327.00. If you look at the amount that was released, it was 7,103,219,105.51. And the actual expenditure was also 7 point something. But we are having a variance of 5,731,686,451.51. You cannot have a variance when you even overspent your budget. So to indicate a variance there, I think that we'll look. Because the amount of money that was approved for the Ministry of Energy, they actually even spent more than that. So you cannot have a variance. You look at your variance based on the approved budget and the amount that has been released. And they released more than they even approved. So where the variance is coming from, I'm not too sure. But it's something that we could look at again. Mr. Speaker, the third point is the fact that if you look at the ministry's own report, they indicate that in terms of their funding, they depend on donor funding, about 64% thereabout for donor funding. But unfortunately, only 12.5% was released for the year that we are, that's 2020. There's a clear indication that I know that most often than not, we tend to indicate that COVID has affected almost everything that we do. But is it the case that the counterpart funding that is supposed to come from the government of Ghana is something really committed towards that? So it is important that the Ministry of Finance tends to look at this portion, because if you look at the Ministry of Energy and the work they do, it's capital intensive. Most of them are, if you have a total budget and out of it, about 64% is going to be funded by donor partners. It is important that you do your bit of the counterpart funding so that we improve on this 12.5% that we got in 2020. So it's something that we also observe. Mr. Speaker, my chairman had indicated the issue of capacity charges. Indeed, the ministry had indicated to us the amount of power that they were expecting to come on, mainly the two power projects, the Amandi Power and then the Eli Power. But one challenge that we have always had, and we've had this thing for the past 4 years in this house, the issue of, because if you recall, in 2017 and 2018, the Minister of Finance had come clearly to indicate that because of the over number of PPAs that we have on ECG, which is supposed to be the off-taker, it is incurring so much what we call capacity charges, which is not taken care of by PURs in terms of the tariff structure. We had indicated, and I think that the committee had decided that, look, it is important that we know if government is saying that they have terminated some PPAs, list the PPAs, because every PPA has a name. So list the PPAs that you have terminated so that we have a fair idea. Two, government says that they have started renegotiation of some of the PPAs. We wanted even to know how many PPAs have you negotiated and signed off. We didn't have clear answer to that, but the committee had agreed that we will let this budget go through whilst we set a day to really go deep into this issue of PPAs and then the accompanying capacity charges that are being bundled around. Because you hear some indicate that on annual basis, just capacity charges alone is about 500 megawatts. And then you read a report that says there's 320 million. And in some areas, they say it's 500 million. We are not too sure what the figures are. But the committee's understanding with the ministry was that a proper session will be organized to get this thing sorted out. Mr. Speaker, the issue of transmission. One area that we saw that was very challenging for us was the issue of the transmission line. Mr. Speaker, you recall that it was a project that was supposed to connect from Tamale to Bolga and from Bolga to the Burkina Faso, the Sahelian countries, so that we can export, we can evacuate power and sell in those areas. Indeed, AFD had tried as much as possible to help us with a $15 million grant. But it was dependent on the current ratios of the books of Gridco. Between 2018 and 2019, the financials of Gridco became so bad that AFD then demanded a government guarantee to be able to fund that. And for 2 years, we never had that. But luckily enough, the understanding we have is that got now, and we are hoping that on the basis of that, this project will go on better. Because it goes to solve part of the problem we talk about capacity charges. If you have an opportunity to sell power out, you will not have power stranded in your country. And so it's expected that we should look at it very well. Issues of rural education. Mr. Speaker, just between 2020 and 2021, the government had just increased access to electricity by just 0.19%. Now, if what Mr. President said on the State of the Nation is anything to go by, you have 15% of Ghanaians in Ghana who do not have electricity. Meanwhile, we are always going around singing the issues of capacity charges. And so we realize that the rate at which the ministry is going on with in terms of extending electricity to areas that do not have, we must be serious about it. We should not just look at the fact that the president has indicated that by 2025 we'll declare universality in terms of access to electricity. It is not enough. We should be seen to be doing it. And we had also encouraged the ministry to, as a matter of agency, do that. Street lighting, Mr. Speaker. Street lighting, the levy, there's a levy in the Energy Sector Levy Act that takes care of street lighting. As we speak now, you go to most of the areas and you have challenges in the night because of lightning purposes. And we need to begin to start asking the Energy Sector Levy Act that was passed by this House, how is this money utilized? And how is it that we are not having these street lights on our various streets because of issues of security and even in terms of our own safety when we are driving? Me like this, when I'm driving in the night on the motorway, I can't see well. When the lights are coming and go, I can't see well. But with street lights, you are able to manage it. So that's another area that we need to see how we do. Mr. Chairman, the last two issues that I want to talk. One has to do with the gas. We had indicated I wanted to know actually in Ghana, what is our gas demand? And how much do we supply? We are asking for these things in the face of the fact that government itself is interested in, again, bringing what we call the Tama LNG project, which is supposed to also provide gas for us on a take-or-pay basis. If we have supply outstripping demand, then we must take a second look at projects that we enter into. But because we do not have those figures, you are unable to challenge officialdom as to whether the decisions they are making, they are prudent enough for our country. Because we are even told that if by 2022, we do not really have an off-taker for the gas, we are going to be having, in terms of debt, $522 million annually if we do not even take the gas. That the minister, I know he's a very new person there, he will want to take a second look and see how those things happen. My final one is the cylinder recirculation model that MPA started. You see, we're very shocked that people who come from the areas, you know, what the government indicated was that they were first piloting this project in some particular communities. In the report, they had stated, for example, at Dancy something. And the people who come from there, the MP from that place, who is a member of the committee, said that he was not aware that something like that had happened in his constituency. So it clearly tells you, it gives you a fair idea that what Mr. President said when the disaster happened in Atomic Junction, when we had that fire outbreak, and the zeal with which the president indicated that we're phasing out all the current ways of distributing gas, and then we're bringing, as we speak, it's almost 4 years. And beyond just the pilot program, nothing has been heard of. So I think that these are the things that the Ministry of Energy should be looking at. But without this, I think that I will also support that at least their money should be given to them to go and work. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Now, leadership. Honorable member for...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hold on. You are a member for Doma East.
Doma East.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the motion moved by the Honorable Energy Minister, Dr. Matthew Poku-Prempeh. Mr. Speaker, energy sector has been a turbulent one over the years. Indeed, moving from 2014, 2015 to 2020 was a turbulent one with doomsday crisis. And Mr. Speaker, in 2015, when companies were losing their jobs, when people were being sacked, I remember, I wasn't a member of this House, but in the 2015 budget, page 89 to page 92, the then solutions that were brought to this House was that deep freezers should be switched off. When people were losing their jobs, when companies like the coal stocks, they are shutting down, they said they should shut down their deep freezers. And 82, page 89 to 92 in the 2015 budget. The Speaker, in 2020, we realized that the energy sector suffered a lot, as I said earlier on. Indeed, world crude, the WTI, went to a negative crude price. The Brent came down to at about 20 and below. In all this, the energy ministry survived and strived on. Looking at what they did in 2020, it clearly gives us an indication that going forward, they are going to do better and they are going to sustain this industry. Mr. Speaker, if we look at some of the things that were done in 2020, clearly it was to sustain the energy sector, is to ensure that businesses afloat, because the businessman or the industry needs energy, and indeed cheap energy. And that is what the report that is in front of us stated that gave this country. Mr. Speaker, moving on to 2021, clearly there's a lot that they are saying that we are going to do to support it. Mr. Speaker, at renewables, if you look at renewables, they are going to add about 7% of renewable energy. And this is an indication that it's going to go up to be able to achieve the 10% industry target that we want to achieve by the SDG as stated. Mr. Speaker, there's another thing that 2020 was proposed, and 2021, this budget wants to continue, the energy hub. Mr. Speaker, the energy hub is an industrial area that is going to generate over 700,000 jobs. Indeed, over $60 billion will be injected into the economy when this hub comes to stream. And this budget is supporting, and it is an idea that, Mr. Speaker, we all have to support. Mr. Speaker, the Voltairean Basin is another area that is we have to also promote. And looking at this budget, it clearly gives us indication how they are going to support this, sure that the Voltairean Basin also comes to the mainstream. Honorable Speaker, I am aware in the upstream sector that UNI is about coming up with one of their works in terms of Block 4. Also, I'm aware that Talos want to come up with about 5 works. All these works are going to come in to ensure that we are going to increase the industry in terms of opening up. And this budget is going to support the upstream sector. If you look at the upstream sector, you can see the record 20, and going forward, what they intend to do to promote these OICs to ensure that all these wells that they want to drill comes to light. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the Teshado 45 mini hydro that was constructed, it was to ensure that we enable Ghanaian companies to also start participating in terms of renewable energies. This budget also goes ahead to support that sector. Mr. Speaker, looking at it, it is therefore important that if you look at what this budget has put forward in terms of renewable energy, it is something that we may have to side with them, we have to promote it, because the energy sector, they intend to produce they intend to help us bring on board the Energy Renewable Authority. They are going to complete the installation of the 91 to a 902 kV solar project at the Jubilee House, and installation of the 55 mini grids. The Speaker clearly shows that this budget is something that is going to help us with helping promoting the energy industry. Indeed, my friend on the other side was saying that it was less than 1%, but clearly this budget is telling us, if you look at the amount they're giving us, then they're going to increase it to a different amount, as he's saying. So it is therefore important that we all agree that Honorable Speaker, I therefore believe that it is It is important that we support the energy sector. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I would say that this budget estimate really supports the economy. It really gives hope to the energy industry. And I would therefore encourage this House for us to support, to approve the 854,062,706 Ghana cedis for the Energy Ministry for the fiscal year 2021. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Deputy Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the last contributor is still quoting the figure which was corrected by the chairman. You're still quoting 854,062,000. It was corrected, so take note. Take note, okay? Mr. Speaker, I want to contribute and ask that the House approve the sum of 854,053,704 Ghana cedis for the Ministry of Energy for the year 2021 fiscal year. Mr. Speaker, I only want to do some corrections because the report itself has a lot of problems. Mr. Speaker, the chairman corrected the figure to the right figure in the budget statement. But, Mr. Speaker, you cannot just correct the figure on page 10, paragraph 8.0, that the figure should read 854,053,704 without telling us where will also be corrected. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm inviting the chairman, first of all, to look on the same page 10 and look at the returned IGF, Energy Commission. You are quoting a figure of 18,245,781. That figure is wrong. If you go to page 218 of the budget statement, page 218 of budget statement, item number 21, Ministry of Energy, under IGF, the figure wages and salaries is 18,295,780. So the figure you quoted here is wrong. So you need to correct that one. Then goods and services. Goods and services. You also quoted 40,159,978. That figure is also not correct. The correct figure on the same page, 218, under IGF, goods and services, is 40,109,979. So you should correct that figure as well. So, Speaker, you then go to, on the same page 10, so Speaker, under DP Fund, Development Partners Fund, you only put a figure there for development partners of 443,000, without indicating if that is for capex or goods and services. So, again, if you go to the same page, 218 of the budget statement, development partners funds, you have goods and services of 9,093,008 and capex 670,350,593. So the figure you put on page 10 should be shared between goods and services on this figure. So the information on the page 10 of the report is not actually correct. Now, Mr. Speaker, if you go to page 11 of the report, the chairman quoted a figure of 18,254,781 under IGL. Well, I didn't quote, but that is what you put there. 18,254, but the figure should not read, should read 18,295. But on the same page, Mr. Speaker, the amount of 8 million from ABFA is completely omitted. So there's no way you can arrive at the total you have there, which you have corrected. There's no way you can arrive at 854,053,704 if you have completely omitted ABFA of 8 million. So the table 3 on page 11 should also be corrected. So, Speaker, now my concern is on page 12, paragraph 9.3, National Electricity Access Rate. The ministry attributed its non-performance to lack of funds and COVID. So for the whole of 2020, we were able to move the national coverage rate from 84.98 in 2019 to 85.17. And that we are calling on the Ministry of Finance to ensure that whatever we are approving today for the ministry is released to the ministry so that the ministry can undertake their activities and increase their national coverage. Well, let me bring to attention of the House that in 2016, when we approved a loan facility under the China Water Project for 5 regions, including Volta region. Now, during the course of the year 2017, the Ministry of Energy came to this House to ask for the waiver of import duties. The list of communities attached to the original loan were changed. The list was changed, the communities were changed. In fact, even only 5 communities in Ketunov were removed. A number of communities in Akatinov were removed. And the list for Ashanti region was increased from 104 to 30-something. Yes. Mr. Speaker, fortunately, the first deputy speaker was sitting in the chair that day, and he directed the Ministry of Energy to go back to the original list, if the first deputy speaker will recall it. But they never did what the speaker directed. So I was asking at the point that if the House could direct a ministry to take certain action, and they will refuse to do it, what strength, what power do we have as a House? What power do we have as a House? When we take a decision here, the executive will refuse to implement that decision. Then we don't have any power. What are we doing here? So, Mr. Speaker, I'm calling the attention of the House to this, and especially the ministers, that whenever a decision is taken by this House, they should go and implement it. They shouldn't go and sit in their offices and decide on what to do. That the Honorable Minister for Energy will not do same. And I'm calling on the minister to look at those communities who were denied access to electricity from the Volta region and other regions, especially in my constituency, Ketunok, should be looked at. Because we are Ghanaians, are we not? Don't we pay taxes? So why should you go and sit? The House took a decision, go and vary the decision. That is why I have a concern. If not, we can shout here and do anything. One man will sit in his office or her office and change the decision of the. We don't have any power over the person. It's very important. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Leader.
Mr. Speaker, this really is not to contribute, but the issue raised by the Deputy Minority Leader is a very important issue. And he says that the minister at the time, substituted the list that came to this House, whereupon the first Deputy Speaker, who was presiding, gave a directive. Now, he concludes that those communities at the time were denied, and perhaps some other communities benefited. We need to investigate. Perhaps it may even not be true that the communities in the newly designated areas benefited. I think what will settle this is for the committee, that is the Committee on Energy, to pursue this matter, so we get to know the truth about this, which is what I keep saying. The Speaker, we shouldn't wait until the budget, the estimates come to be interrogated. If the committees are acting proactively, these things should come to Parliament for us to follow. It's not for nothing that we also have the Committee on Government Assurance. Mr. Speaker, we should utilize our committees to perform the appropriate oversight responsibilities, to have our ministers on their toes. We shouldn't leave them until, and then we come in with our lamentations. It will not be beneficial to anybody. So I would suggest that we use the resort of the committees. Let the committee pursue this for us to get to the bottom of it. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Honourable members, let me invite the minister to wind up.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to assure colleagues that my first responsibility is a member of this House. And I take things that we do here as seriously as I should. If it's happened, it's not come to my notice. Even though, Mr. Speaker, I've been served notice of a question of a similar nature to what the Honourable Deputy Minority Leader is complaining. And we would investigate fully and restore if necessary. The power of the House is in the control of the press. And since Parliament has agreed to a certain thing, if it means that we have to institute remedial measures, we will quickly institute remedial measures, I can assure you. Mr. Speaker, I've carefully listened to the contribution of various members, and I have taken it on board. And I hope we will all support the motion for the budget to be approved for us to start serious work. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, I have the singular honor to put the question. Those who are in favor of the motion say aye. Those against the motion say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The House has accordingly approved the sum of 854,053,704 Ghana cedis for the services of the Ministry of Energy for the year ending 31st December 2021.
Speaker, item number 10.
Item number 10, motion.
Speaker, with the indulgence of my colleagues, I want to move that this Honorable House approves the sum of 14,491,269 Ghana cedis for the services of the National Development Planning Commission, NDPC, for the year ending 31st December 2021. Speaker, in so doing, I would want to remind members of the remit of the National Development Planning Commission established by the Constitution. Speaker, the core functions of the NDPC are to formulate a comprehensive national development planning strategy and ensure that the strategies, including consequential policies and programs, are effectively carried out. Speaker, the NDPC also undertakes studies and strategic analysis of macroeconomic and structural reform options and make recommendations on development and socio-economic issues. Also to make proposals for the protection of the natural and physical environment with a view to ensuring that development planning, development strategies and programs are in conformity with sound environmental.
Mr. Speaker has given me something. I just wanted to draw your attention to something.
Speaker.
The Speaker has given me something. He called me. He hasn't called you.
Leader, hold on a bit. Honorable Member for Bongo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Finance Committee, as we speak now, are all in a meeting. We've called our members to come and see because they will be able to speak to the report. And they are all currently engaged in a meeting. And the motion is being taken. They're in the Finance Committee meeting. Also, your members in the one meeting. You didn't go for a meeting.
The Speaker, first, it is inaccurate for my colleague to say that all the Finance Committee members are not here. The Speaker, I am here as a member of the Finance Committee. I'm here also in my capacity as the caretaker Minister for Finance. The Speaker, this comes without any controversies at all. And there is a sticking point with respect to the Finance Ministry's own budget. And we requested that they go to reconcile that. And the agreement is that we can deal with this. The Speaker, this comes without controversy. And in any event, if a report comes to this House, it becomes the property of the House. It's no longer the property of the committee. And Mr. Speaker, to the extent that there are no controversies, I had some sign language engagements with the Deputy Minority Leader. And my understanding was that he was determined to be cooperative.
Mr. Speaker, the Honorable
Leader.
The Honorable Leader.
Honorable Leader, are you seconding or?
He hasn't moved any motion, but he raised an issue that he mentioned my name. That, Mr. Speaker, the issue of whether we should take the motion 10 for the budget of the NDPC, truly the leader raised it. And I raised the same concern as other members are raising, that members of the Finance Committee from our side here, who were at the meeting and know what went on, are all not here. They're in the Finance Committee meeting. The three of them are all Finance Committee members. The three of them. They are Finance Committee members. They don't attend meetings. They will not attend Finance Committee meeting, and they'll be pushing the Finance Committee report to us. So we will take this one. We will take this one, but subsequently, we will not allow, if none of our committee members are here, simply because of another engagement of the committee.
Honorable Leader, well noted.
Yes,
This GMP's NDPC. So let's allow this particular motion.
Mr. Speaker, I gave an indication that the Deputy Leader was determined to support this motion. And at the time he proved that he was not crash landing. He's been quite supportive of this. But Mr. Speaker, to correct a statement that the three of us here don't attend Finance Committee meetings, he knows that the statement is incorrect. But I will not litigate it because he knows that even in his dreams that the statement is incorrect. But Mr. Speaker, as I was saying, the remit of the NDPC is defined by the Constitution. And the Speaker, as I said, at the committee, the estimates for NDPC came without any controversies at all. I have always insisted that, Mr. Speaker, we should look at the composition of the NDPC. If we want the NDPC to serve the purpose defined for it by the Constitution, if they have to perform their functions, we should derobe the NDPC of any political coloration. Unfortunately, the Constitution, by the construct that it imposes on the composition of the NDPC, because, Mr. Speaker, it becomes difficult to. If we have to look at reviewing the Constitution, I think one of the areas that we should look at is the composition of the NDPC. Short of that, Mr. Speaker, I believe we should support the allocation to the NDPC. I so move, Mr. Speaker. I thank you very much.
Honorable Chief Whip.
Speaker, I rise to second the motion, and in so doing, present the committee's report. Speaker, I invite the Hansa Department to capture the entirety of the report, while I present just portions of it. Speaker, the committee met with the Director General of the Commission, Dr. Kujoisiam Mensah Brampa, the technical team from the Commission and the Ministry of Finance, and reports as follows. Speaker, on key achievements for 2020, the Commission held 8 coordination meetings which focus on these and the preparation for new planning guidelines. Preparation for new guidelines and development of National Development Monitor, and then, Speaker, following on recommendation of the careful consideration, the committee recommends as follows. Donor support. The committee observed that there were a number of donor support yet to be captured by the budget. This was because negotiations with the donor partners were not complete at the time the budget was submitted to Parliament. The committee, however, knows that these funds, in many instances, will be available in the agencies in the course of the year. And in conclusion, the committee therefore recommends the House to urge the Minister of Finance to come up with the necessary framework to help capture the funding in order to ensure compliance with the 1992 Constitution. Speaker, I'm grateful.
Honorable Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to also support the motion that we approve the sum of 14.4 million for the National Development Planning Commission. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the expenditure returns for 2025 of the report, the table, that's table 1, shows clearly the budgeted amounts approved by Parliament, the released figures for goods and services and compensation, and the actual expenditure. Mr. Speaker, you will see a variance. The variance is actually telling you the difference between the budgeted figure and the release figure used, and the actual expenditure, sorry. I'm not sure that this gives us any good information. It doesn't. So the committee should have actually do a variance of what has been budgeted and what was released. And then also do a balance column that will show the difference between the release amount and the actual expenditure. But if you said budgeted figure minus the expenditure, you're actually not showing us a good, because the release would have been locked with the NDPC. It's not something that the Ministry of Finance is still holding up to. So maybe next time they should provide a better information. And nothing was given for CAPEX for 2020. Fortunately, in 2021, the NDPC have been allocated a sum of 2,092,500 Ghana cedis for capital expenditure. We urge the Ministry of Finance to ensure that they release the money to the NDPC in order to undertake this project. Definitely, I know or I believe part of this will be expenditure vehicles that they can use for their running, and then probably office furniture and equipment. So the ministry should be able to do that. Now, in a recommendation for the committee, they recommend that the ministry should come up with a framework to help to ensure that those donor partners for which negotiation has not been completed, which definitely will be completed during the course of the year for the NDPC to benefit. I don't think that there's any framework that the ministry can come up with. The only framework is to come up when they are coming up for media review. If they have completed the negotiation before media review, then additional allocation can be made to NDPC to get that donor support. Apart from that, by our financial regulations and financial laws, there is no framework that the ministry can come up with. So they should speed up with the negotiation with the donors so that by the mid-year review, they can have a concrete figures for which Parliament can approve in the media review for additional support for NDPC. So, Speaker, with these few words, I support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Leader.
Mr. Speaker, again, the issue raised by the Deputy Minority Leader is germane. However, capturing the anticipated amounts in the budget, which amounts are intended to form part of the expenditure, is difficult when you have not concluded. Yet when you receive the amount, you anticipate to spend it. I think it's the reason why the committee is recommending that the Ministry of Finance is not only in respect of the NDPC, but of all MDAs, they should have a formulation so that we're able to trace and track. It's for the benefit of Parliament to know that, yes, these are the anticipations. If they are anticipated to be part of the expenditure, it will, on the face of it, appear as if they are being spent outside the appropriations. And so it is important for the Minister of Finance and Parliament to come to some agreement on this. Otherwise, it will be difficult to trace and track the total expenditure in the course of the year. That's the import of that statement. And I think that if there is any useful Parliament could maybe come up with, so that we're able to, as it were, perform our oversight responsibilities much more effectively and efficiently. Because certain things could happen on the blind side of Parliament, the committees, if we are not careful with such constructs. Oh, this has not been concluded, so it's not captured. So if it's concluded, will it be expended? It is anticipated to be expended. And if there's no appropriate framework, it becomes difficult for us and the committees to trace and track. That's the import of what is being said. And I think is very important.
Mr. Speaker, I agree with the leader that it will be difficult for the committees to track some extra budgetary expenditures. That is why the Public Financial Management Act made it clear to have the mid-year review as part of the way for which the Ministry of Finance can correct certain things that they have not been able to at the time of the budget preparation. Sister, you are preparing the budget in November each year. There are certain things that come up during the course of the year which you might not know at the time of the budget preparations. So the PFMA made it that by the middle of the year, certain new development will have taken place for which there will be the need for a revision of the figures. So you come during the course of the year through a meeting to do those revisions. Mr. Speaker, then Parliament can approve those new figures. If we don't do it that way, and the Parliament, Minister of Finance has not also made provision for that, for instance, at this time, the global figure we are approving for Minister of Finance, if no provision has been made in that, and they spend beyond what we have approved, it's against the law. And I'm saying that there is no framework that the ministry can come up with to spend. Are we going to allow the ministry to come up with a framework to spend and then later report to Parliament? No, we can't do that. So I'm saying that it will be difficult for us to have a framework apart from the mid-year review, because we need to approve the budget, the figures for the ministry to spend. That is the point I'm raising. It's not any other thing. But if we don't approve and they spend, then it's against of the financial laws we have in the country.
The Speaker, I'm not sure that we are speaking at cross purposes. We're not speaking at cross purposes. The mid-year review is not a substitute for supplementary budget. It's not. The mid-year review consigns and confines you to spending. If you need to go beyond that, you must come with supplementary estimates. And that is why I'm saying that we're not talking at cross purposes. All that is being said here by the recommendation from the committee is that we should conform. If you have to conform, the way factor in the expenditure matters that have not been concluded, by which Parliament is aware. Mr. Speaker, that is all that the committee is recommending. And I believe that it's just to situate it within the context of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Honorable members, at the conclusion of the debate, those in favor of the motion say aye. Those against the motion say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The House has accordingly approved the sum of 14,491,269 cedis for the services of the National Development Planning Commission, NDPC, for the year ending 31st December 2021. Honorable Leader.
If you can deal with item number 12. Item 12.
Item 12. Item 12. Motion.
Speaker, if the House indulges, I would want to move the motion for and on behalf of the Attorney General and Minister responsible for Justice. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this House approves of the sum of 124,103,085 Ghana cedis for the services of the Office of the Special Prosecutor for the year ending December 31st, 2021. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
The Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to second the motion, and in so doing, I present your committee's report. Mr. Speaker, I pray that the Hazard Department should adopt the report in its entirety whilst I read excerpts from the report. Mr. Speaker, I would move straight away to observations of the report. Mr. Speaker, the committee noted that during the year under review, a revised sum of 138,146,482 cedis 40 pesos was approved for the OSP. And the compensation constituted, Mr. Speaker, 36,222 cedis. Then goods and services also constituted 91,852,210, and CAPEX, the capital expenditure was 60 million. Out of the sum total of 40,802,636 Ghana cedis, 37 pesos, the releases that were made to OSP, only 625,417 Ghana cedis, 40 pesos, representing 0.45% of the released allocation was utilized. The limitation in spending was largely as a result of the inability to complete the rehabilitation works on the office building allocated to the OSP. because of the lack of adequate office accommodation, the OSP was not able to recruit the intended supporting staff. On office accommodation, Mr. Speaker, the committee was informed that the OSP continues to operate from its 3-bedroom temporary office accommodation with the related problems of understaffing and other issues. Mr. Speaker, I would move on to the capacity of the OSP. The committee was informed of some of the challenges which hampered the work of the office in 2020 to the protracted legal tussle, which challenged the capacity of the erstwhile special prosecutor to arrest, investigate, and prosecute alleged corruption or corruption-related offenses. This led to the indefinite adjournment of all the cases being prosecuted by the OSP, so the final determination of the pending suit involving the former special prosecutor. The deputy special prosecutor claimed this caused a huge setback for the OSP since it sought to undermine the core functions of the office. Now I'll move on to conclusion, Mr. Speaker. The committee recognizes the challenges of the OSP grappled with during the 2020, especially the delayed completion of the new office building, which largely accounted for the OSP's inability to be fully operational as anticipated. The committee also noted the huge expectation of the public on the OSP to fight corruption and corruption-related offenses and impress upon the OSP to be proactive and expeditious in this quest. The committee is hopeful that the relocation to a fully functional office accommodation and the employment of the requisite staff would yield positive results to pave the way for the smooth implementation of the 2021 budget of the OSP if approved by the House. The committee hereby adds its voice to the appeal of the OSP, but further recommends that the OSP should allot specific timelines to its programs for the year and present a procurement plan to the Ministry of Finance for compliance. Accordingly, the committee recommends to the committee to adopt this report and approve the sum of 124,103,085 cedis for the activities of the OSP for the year 2021 financial year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Now the ranking.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the motion that this Honorable House approve of 124,103,085 Ghana pesos for the services of the Office of the Special Prosecutor for the year ending 31st December 2021. Mr. Speaker, the Office of the Special Prosecutor is to prevent, investigate, and prosecute corruption and corruption-related offenses and become a world-class, exemplary anti-corruption institution. The Office of the Special Prosecutor is to do all this to promote good governance, transparency, probity, and accountability in Ghana. Its functions are elaborated very clearly in 0 of the committee's report under reference. Mr. Speaker, I became so sad and depressed when I saw the expenditure trend or the performance of the budget 2020 of the Special Prosecutor. Mr. Speaker, if we look at Table 1 of the report, Mr. Speaker, this House in the year ending 2020 approves a total sum of
84,732 cedis for the office of the special prosecutor. But under review, the releases to the office of the special prosecutor was 40,802,636 cedis, 37 pesos. Mr. Speaker, out of these releases, the actual expenditure of the office of the special prosecutor was only 625,417 cedis, 41 pesos. Mr. Speaker, in our quest to know why the office of the special prosecutor, prosecutor's expenditure was very, very, very small, and it's only on compensation. Mr. Speaker, we were told that the abysmal budget performance was as a result of lack of office accommodation of the office of the special prosecutor, resulting into the inability of the office of the special prosecutor to employ personnel for the services of the office. Mr. Speaker, in the year under review, they do not even have the entity tender committee procurement. As a result, for goods and services and CAPEX, they have not been able to even spend a dime. Mr. Speaker, if care is not taken, we can make all the noise. We can put in place all the necessary anti-corruption laws and programs and still be rated very, very, very high among corrupt countries in the world.
Honorable Member, the Right Honorable Speaker may be taking over. So you go on.
Mr. Speaker, I was shocked to the bone that several years after enactment of the Office of the Special Prosecutors Act, consequent upon which the Special Prosecutor was appointed, the 2021 budget statement and economic policy of Ghana is telling us that the office strength of the Office of the Special Prosecutor is only 2 personnel. The rest are seconded staff. Mr. Speaker, with only 2 personnel of the Office of the Special Prosecutor, the rest are seconded staff. The elaborate functions that they are supposed to perform, they will definitely not be able to perform those functions. Mr. Speaker, I also look at the outlook for the year 2021, and I realized that there was an error in Table 2. The allocation is for 2021, but not 2020. Therefore, that mistake needs to be corrected. Mr. Speaker, yes, we are urging upon the House to approve the sum of 124,103,085 pesos for the office of the Special Prosecutor. Mr. Speaker, if care is not taken, what happened in 2020 would again happen in 2021. Therefore, if the Office of the Special Prosecutor is still lacking the office accommodation, it means they will not have the entity tender committee, they cannot do the procurement, the amount allotted for goods and services, the amount allotted for CAPEX, they will not be able to utilize it. If they lack office accommodation, they will not be able to perform the services of the Special Prosecutor, and the amount allotted for payment of the compensation will again remain unutilized. Mr. Speaker, I therefore urge upon the government that
in the year 2021, there is an urgent need for the Office of the Special Prosecutor to be given the needed accommodation to enable the Office of the Special Prosecutor employ the necessary personnel for the performance of their functions very creditably and reliably. Mr. Speaker, I also urge upon the government to give an urgent clearance to the Office of the Special Prosecutor to enable them employ the personnel for the office. I urge the government to ensure that the entity tender board is put in place for the Office of the Special Prosecutor to enable them utilize the allocation for goods and services and the CAPEX. Mr. Speaker, finally, I would also urge on the government to do timely releases for the Office of the Special Prosecutor in the year 2021, simply because they've been lacking. Mr. Speaker, if we want the whole world to take us serious in terms of anti-corruption measures, but not to create the impression that we want to prevent, prosecute, and investigate corruption and corruption-related matters, but in reality, we are only to be seen appearing to be doing so, but not really checking corruption and corruption-related offenses. Then, the recommendations and the proposals to the government must be taken. The Speaker, on this note, I will urge the House to approve the sum of 103,103,085 pesos for the services of the Office of the Special Prosecutor for the year ending 31st December 2021. Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for giving me the opportunity.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to support the motion for the annual budget estimates of the Office of Special Prosecutor. Mr. Speaker, the Office of Special Prosecutor is very important in the nation's agenda to fight against corruption. And as stated in their mission, to investigate and prosecute alleged or corruption-related offenses, to recover proceeds of corruption and corruption-related offenses, and take steps to prevent corruption in the country. Mr. Speaker, this is a very important mission, and we know that in this country, one of the key cankers that fight against our national development is the problem of corruption, and that led to the establishment of this unique office, the Office of the Special Prosecutor, to help us address these challenges. Mr. Speaker, it is true that this new office faced with a number of challenges, both internal and, to some extent, external challenges. And we are told, the Honorable Ranking Member rightly stated that they could not utilize the allocations that was made to the office in the 2020 budget. Mr. Speaker, Table 1 indicates that out of the 40,802,636.37 pesos that was released to the Office of the Special Prosecutor, the office could actually spend 625,417.41 pesos from the 40 million. This indeed was woefully inadequate. It indicates that not much work was done in the year 2020, and we seriously need to see a new trend from the Office of the Special Prosecutor in the year 2021. And if you look at the outlook for the 2021, one of the key challenges that they complained about was the lack of office space for them to work. In 2019, the office received financial clearance to recruit 249 staff. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, that has not been done. And the excuse was that they did not have an office space to keep all these employees if they are able to recruit them. We have been told by the Office of the Special Prosecutor that one of the key activities they intend to undertake this year is to petition the allocated office block that has been given to Ready, and to quickly recruit the 249 staff for effective and efficient operation of the Office of Special Prosecutor, and to also provide logistics with procurement of vehicles, computers, accessories, among other things. So we believe that with the assurance from the Office of Special Prosecutor that they now have a permanent space, and the preparedness of the government to release these funds to them on time, we are going to see a lot more action in the fight against corruption. So to explore with government the criminalization of unexplained wealth, not only among public servants, but also private citizens, for us to be able to reduce, if not totally remove, the problem of corruption from our society. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe that with these assurances from the Office of Special Prosecutor, despite the numerous challenges happened last year, we believe that if this allocation is approved, the amount of 124,103,085 Ghana cedis, it will enable to become much more effective and efficient in the fight against corruption. On this note, I support the motion. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Minority Leader. Speaker, let me thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the motion. And in doing so, Mr. Speaker, to refer you to page 5 of the committee's report, and in particular, table 2, details of the annual budget estimates of the OSP for the 2021 financial year. Mr. Speaker, you see management and administration, 80.6 million, goods and services, 30,166, other expenses, 20,464,040. Mr. Speaker, if you add up 80 million to the 43 down, which is compensation of employees, it gives you the 124,103,085,00 Ghana cedis. So we may have to take away the item 1 when you say management and administration. That is the addition of the 30 plus the 20 plus the 30, in my view. There's something wrong with the table, Mr. Speaker. So if the chairman of the committee will look at it and correct it, I would be happy, Mr. Speaker, for the record. On the merit, if you come to look at the, again, page 3, the Special Prosecutor's Office was allocated 188.084 million. The budget was revised to 138 million. And then actual releases was just 40 million. Again, lack of commitment to mobilize enough adequate financial resources for the Office of the Special Prosecutor to work in concert with other anti-corruption institutions to combat economic crime, economic graft, nepotism, and the abuse of conflict of interest, Mr. Speaker. So I'm not satisfied with what happened even in 2020
And Mr. Speaker, it gives me a lame fate, even as I look at the numbers for 2021, which appears in. Our preparation is not the same thing as actual releases. And there should be no difficulty appreciating what this office will do. Mr. Speaker, for the record, the one who was appointed special prosecutor, we all tout and still tout his standing as a person of integrity who is committed to saving the public purse. I think that, Mr. Speaker, in considering this matter, we should not hesitate in advising the President to appoint somebody with integrity, with pedigree and political will to the high office of special prosecutor. Mr. Speaker, today, since the appointment of a special prosecutor, what corruption have we fought? What's the records? Who is in court doing what? Mr. Speaker, it tells you that laws alone cannot fight corruption. You need political will. Two, Mr. Speaker, when we were passing the Special Prosecutor Act, there were many who said that that was a panacea to the solution of fighting corruption in Ghana. Not at all. Mr. Speaker, let me refer you to Article 218 of the Constitution. I'll start with 216. So this is not, we were told that it was a panacea, that the fight against corruption will be successful with Office of Special Prosecutor and the appointment of Honorable Martin Amidi to that high office. Mr. Speaker, the Constitution establishes the Commission on Human Rights and Administrative Justice, a constitutional creation under Article 216. Mr. Speaker, if you come to Article 218, in particular 218E, to investigate all instances of alleged or suspected corruption and the misappropriation of public money by officials, and to take appropriate steps, including reports to the Attorney General and the Auditor General resulting from such investigations. The Constitution mandated the Commission on Human Rights and Administrative Justice. The Attorney General, Mr. Speaker, I should refer to Article 88 of the Constitution, also has a mandate. So, Mr. Speaker, what is in an office? I asked everyone we are considering this bill. Special Prosecutor, Attorney General. Because, Mr. Speaker, well, the money doesn't work alone. You are giving him the money to fight corruption. Mr. Speaker, I'm concluding. The nature of makes it difficult to fight it, because the giver of the bribe and the receiver of the bribe all benefit from that criminality and activity. So we have to look beyond legislation. Many of the investigations that has happened, some, instead of special prosecutors investigating them, they are referred to the office of the president. The office of the president is not an investigative office for matters of corruption. Wrongly directed. There are many matters which comes out, and what we are told is that the president office is investigating it. That is not the business of the office of the president. He should refer those matters either to the Commission on Human Rights and Administrative Justice, the Attorney General directly, and the is just not there. So it is not about passing legislation, but at least we should make sure that a dedicated, respected person is appointed to it.
I want to apply Order 43, that in view of the state of business before the House, I direct that sittings be held outside the prescribed period. I so direct. Yes, you may continue.
Mr. Speaker, I will end here, urging that a special prosecutor be appointed, he be given free political will to work, he be given adequate resources to work. The matters raised by the Honorable Martin Hamidu must have the attention of the President going forward in our collective quest to fight corruption. I'm not convinced about these numbers, but we'll see how the years go in terms of what actual releases go to that particular office. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Please, just a moment. Let me allow the chairman to clarify the issues at page 5.
Thank you, Mr.
Table
Speaker.
2.
Yes. May I seek your leave, Mr. Speaker? The minority leader is right, Mr. Speaker. So the management and administration should take care of the goods and services, other expenses, and non-financial assets, excluding the compensation of employees. So I succumb to that correction, Mr. Speaker.
So what do you do?
Mr. Speaker, I'm seeking your leave to delete the item management and administration, which is 80,630,000 and then 42 cities, as that had been covered already by goods and services, other expenses, and non-financial assets. So I seek your leave to delete the first rule. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, it's not just the leave of the Speaker, also the leave of the House. The chairman is seeking our leave to amend the report of the committee by the deletion at table 2 of page 5, number 2, 3, and 4 on table 2. I think with the submission of the minority leader, it shows that those are captured under management and administration. And so I will grant the leave that is deleted. Is it on the same issue?
Mr. Speaker, that is so.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, if the chairman of the committee may take a look at paragraph 8. That's item 880. Key achievements of the OSP in, I believe it should be 2020 and not 2019. If we may. Yes.
That's a different issue. Let's finish with this one, then we can go to that table. Yes, so I direct that those items be deleted from the table as requested by the chairman. Now, Chairman, our attention is being drawn again to table 1. What is your reaction?
Mr. Speaker, it is indeed not the table, but what my colleague seeks to draw attention is page 3.8.0. The title is Key Achievements of the OSP in 2019. The 2019 should read 2020, and I seek the leave of Mr. Speaker and the House that this is inadvertent corrected to 2020 instead of 2019. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And
thanks very much, honorable member, for drawing our attention. It's likely it's the printer's devil. So leave is granted. 2019 is deleted, and 2020 is by. Honorable members, I think we've had enough debate on this, and so I'll proceed to put the question. Oh, Majority Leader, yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, just a few observations. And I thought the chairman would have effected those corrections. One has to do with bullet 8.0 on page 3, the key achievements of the OSP in 2019. Although that really should have referred to 2020.
We've done that already.
On page 3?
Yes.
Oh, okay. And the Speaker, 11.2. 11.2, second line. The committee was informed that the OSP continues to operate from its 3-bedroom temporary office. It's not a 3-bedroom temporary office. It's a 3-unit temporary office, or if you like, a 3-room. They are not bedrooms. They are not bedrooms. It's a 3-room, or if you like, a 3-unit temporary office.
Mr. Speaker, so if it's a 3-bedroom, is it still a bedroom? Do they sleep there? They don't. So it's a 3-room facility or a 3-unit facility. That's the difference. Mr. Speaker, the 11, page 6, page 6, the first paragraph, line 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. The 9th line, the word beginning, repurposed. Is it repossessed, you mean? I should think the word should be repossessed, not repurposed. Mr. Chairman, have you seen the Chairman, have you seen it? Page 6, first paragraph, the 9th line. Hey. Is it repossessed? Majority Leader, I'm not getting the paragraph you are referring to. You said page 6? Page 6, yes. Third paragraph. First paragraph. So still bullet 11.2. The 9th line. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There is something there. The first word on the 9th line. Repurposed as required. Yeah, I think it's Yes, Speaker. So those are the observations. Mr. Speaker, I think it's also important in dealing with the fight against corruption. I mean, for the records, in dealing with the bill that established the Office of the Special Prosecutor, I'm not too sure that anybody said, for the records, that is the panacea to fight corruption. I'm not too sure, as the minority leader is saying, that anybody said it here. The Speaker, but what you all do know is that the OSP was to join ranks with other bodies, including the Commission for Human Rights and Administrative Justice, Parliament itself, the Auditor General, and other bodies in the fight against corruption. We all know that it's systemic. Mr. Speaker, the other day are related to the declaration of assets, for instance. We are required to submit assets declaration forms to the Auditor General. The Speaker, the Constitution provides that if a person makes a false declaration, appropriate sanctions should be exacted. How would the Auditor General know that false declaration has been made without looking at it? If he receives it and dumps it in a safe and lock it up. The Auditor General is supposed to look at this in the first place to assure himself or herself that what is required to be done by owners of declared properties have been done, including the payment of the appropriate fees, levies, and taxes. That is what obtains in other constitutions. Our constitution is silent on what the Auditor General is supposed to do. But if it is silent, and the constitution provides that if a person makes a false declaration, how is the Auditor General required to know if he doesn't assess or evaluate the report that you submit. And it's the reason why I have argued that if we have to look at the Constitution again, there are some areas in our fight against corruption that we have to have a second look at. And it includes this aspect. Mr. Speaker, as I said, I think we are adding them on making adequate provision to the Office of the Special Prosecutor in order to energize the work as is deemed or as was purposed in the crafting of the Act. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful to members who have contributed, and I think going forward, we can further expand the frontiers of the Office of the Special Prosecutor in order for the office to do the work that has been assigned to us. Mr. Speaker, thank you. Honourable members, at the conclusion of debate, the question is, as many as are in favor of the motion, say aye. As many as are against the motion, say no. The ayes have it. The House has accordingly adopted the motion. Consequently, the House has approved the sum of 124,103,085 Ghana cedis for the services of the Office of the Special Prosecutor for the year ending 31st December 2021. Honourable members, I want to take us back to the beginning of the agenda of the day. I'll vary the order of business, and I'll take this opportunity to read a message from the President. Honourable members will recall that the Secretary to the President, Nana Bediotu Asante, wrote to the House through me in a letter dated 11th March 2021 on recommendations of government on the 2021 proposed estimates of expenditure for the judiciary and the judicial service, and also for Parliament and the parliamentary service. I conveyed of the letter to the House, and after that reacted verbally, and later followed it up with a letter. I again informed the House about what I had done for and on behalf of the House, and I drew the attention of the office that what the Executive Secretary did was unconstitutional and unlawful. His Excellency then initiated the process to negotiate in accordance with the provisions of our laws and Constitution on the matter. It was not only with Parliament, but also with the Judiciary and the Minister of Finance. And at the end of the day, His Excellency has put pen and paper together and submitted a position of His Excellency in accordance with the provisions of the 1992 Constitution. and it's my duty once again to inform the House and to read the contents of the message from His Excellency the President. There are 3 messages. The first is in response to my letter objecting to what the Executive Secretary did. And that response is dated 23rd March 2020. And it says, Mr. Speaker, recommendations of government on the 2021 proposed estimates of expenditure for Parliament, the Parliamentary Service, the Judiciary, and the Judicial Service. I hope this finds you in good health and spirits. I acknowledge receipt of your letter dated 16th March 2021 with reference number OP/SPK/21/PS8 in respect of the above subject matter. I have taken due note of his concerns on the provisions, particularly Articles 127 and 179 of the Constitution and Section 15A of the Parliamentary Service Act 1993, Act 460. I agree with your position that proceeding to reduce the budget without consideration of these provisions would be potentially unlawful. The letters to Parliament in respect of the budget estimates for Parliament, the Parliamentary Service, the Judiciary, and the Judicial Service were dispatched by the Secretary to the President under the mistaken belief that the figures contained therein were agreed between Parliament and the Ministry of Finance and the Judiciary and the Ministry of Finance, respectively. I am aware that since there have been discussions and agreement on the recommendation that government may make on the estimates of Parliament, the Parliamentary Service, the Judiciary, and the Judicial Service. Government's recommendations have been submitted to Parliament in accordance with Article 1795 of the Constitution and Section 15A of the Parliamentary Service Act 1993, Act 460. I extend my gratitude to you for your understanding and cooperation in this matter. Yours sincerely, Nana Adodankwa Akufo-Addo. And as I stated earlier, it is to the Right Honourable Speaker of Parliament, Parliament House, Accra. Attention, Right Honourable Alban Sumana Kingsford Bagui. It's copied to the Vice President and the Chief of Staff. Now, not the Minister of Finance, no. We are dealing with arms of government. The letter in connection with Parliament and the Parliamentary is also dated 23rd March 2021, and it says, Mr. Speaker, read recommendations of government on the 2021 proposed estimates of expenditure for Parliament and the Parliamentary Service. I acknowledge receipt of your letter dated 16th March 2021 with reference number OP/SPK/21/PS8 on the above subject matter and submit the estimates of expenditure for Parliament and the Parliamentary Service to be laid before Parliament, as well as the recommendations of government on them. Estimates of expenditure for Parliament and the Parliamentary Service. And that is why we submitted. Compensation was 201,112,086 Ghana cedis. Goods and services, 205,027,688. Administrative and operational expenses, 406,139,074. Capex, 177,346,911. So grand total is 583,486,685. Recommendations of government on estimates of expenditure for Parliament and the Parliamentary Service. In view of the reduced fiscal space in the national budget as a result of statutory and debt service obligations, government cannot accommodate the request by Parliament. Government therefore makes the following recommendations on the estimates of expenditure submitted by Parliament for Parliament and the Parliamentary Service in Ghana cedis. And that compensation remain the same, goods and services remain the same, administrative and operational expenses remain the same, Capex what we submitted was 177,346,911, and what is proposed is 117,500,000 cedis, instead of the initial one, which was reduced to 57 million. It is now up to 117,500,000. And so instead of the 583,486,685 submitted by Parliament and the Parliamentary Service, what has been recommended by His Excellency the President is 523,639,774 Ghana cedis. Government recommends that Parliament and the Parliamentary Service operate within the proposed budget above, while government is to increase the allocation in subsequent years when revenue improves and debt has stabilized. Accordingly, Parliament is respectfully requested to keep the estimates of Parliament and the Parliamentary Service within the expenditure ceiling as proposed by government above, to enable government contain expenditures within the overall fiscal space for 2021. I will be because the above estimates and recommendations by government to be laid before Parliament. I count on your usual cooperation. Yours sincerely, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. And to the Right Honourable Speaker, Parliament House, Accra. So, honourable members, I am drawing the attention of the Special Budget Committee to the new recommendations and to urge the Special Budget Committee to consider the budget estimates for Parliament and Parliamentary Service along those lines. In respect of the estimates for the judiciary and the judicial service, His Excellency once again has written to the House through me in a letter dated 23rd March 2020, and it reads, Mr. Speaker, read recommendations of government on the 2021 proposed estimates of expenditure for the judicial and the judicial service. I acknowledge receipt of your letter dated 16 March 2021 with reference number OP SPK/21/PS8 on the above subject matter and submit the estimates of expenditure for the judiciary and the judicial service to be laid before Parliament, as well as the recommendations of government on them. The judiciary had proposed a total budget estimate of 470 million, 415,847.78. Recommended that the judiciary should operate for the year 2021 within the ceiling of 437,397,064 Ghana cedis. And I want to call on the Hansard office to capture the entire details of the letters from His Excellency the President, and to urge the Special Budget Committee, I think the Judiciary Committee, to be guided by the recommendations of His Excellency the President. I also want to take this opportunity to thank His Excellency the President for his understanding and for doing what is right. This is what is required of all of us by the 1992 Constitution and the laws that we have passed. And so, on your behalf, I will acknowledge these letters and convey our gratitude to His Excellency the President for ceding to the request to do the rightful thing and for conceding and accepting it, not just for Parliament, but also for the judiciary. I think it's something worthy of commendation. And with your kind support, I will do so for and on your behalf. Honorable members, I'm grateful for the attention. Leadership. Which item do we take now on the order paper? Speaker, we can take item 11. Honorable members, item 11, motion. Minister for Finance. Speaker, on behalf of the President, I have a number. I didn't hear you say on behalf of what? Mr. Speaker, I do so in my capacity as the Minister with temporary responsibility for finance. So I'm doing so on my own part, on behalf of the President. Number 6. Number 6. Number 6, Minister General. Much more of a utility player than a fixated number 3. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move. Honorable First Deputy Speaker to take the chair. Sorry, I'm in a virtual conference with our colleagues in Togo, so I have to rush to continue. Yes, please. Minister, Majority Leader, Leader of the House, you may continue. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this Honorable House approves the sum of 33,173,838 Ghana cedis for the services of the Office of the Head of Civil Service for the year ending 2021. Speaker, objectives and functions of the Office of the Head of the Civil Service are well defined and indeed known to us. And in 2020, the office was allocated a sum of 30,833, giving the expansion in the number of employees and also for goods and services. Speaker, the allocation for this year has increased million to 46. Sorry, to the request last year was for 34 million. This year, Speaker, the allocation has dropped to 33,173,838. Accordingly, Speaker, given the circumstances of the times, to curtail the issues we raised, because I know the chairman of the committee will fail it. So appropriately, I so move. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Motion moved. Any seconder?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to second the motion.
Don't forget, the majority leader said I must be consistent, and you have to speak from your seat.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not challenging, but I thought in the light of the COVID, we moved to places. So if Mr. Speaker would enjoin me, I'll move to my place.
But the COVID has rather restricted us from moving to places. Remain where you are. Don't move to places.
Thank you, Mr. I beg to second the motion. In so doing, Mr. Speaker, I present the report of your committee on finance. Mr. Speaker, I pray that the Hansard Department adopts the entire report in its entirety whilst I read few excerpts from the report. Mr. Speaker, I will move to page 19 of the report to talk about some two agencies under the Office of the Head of Civil Service. The Management Services Department, MSD, under the OHCS, will in 2021 management consultancy services to public sector organizations with a view to ensuring that public sector organizations are well structured with reviewed work processes for improved service delivery. The services to be provided include, among others, the conduct of job inspection exercises, job analysis and evaluation, reviewing work standards and business processes, and facilitating the setting of service standards. Mr. Speaker, the other agency is the Records Management. The Public Records and Archives Department under the OHCS would in 2021 continue to work towards ensuring the proper and effective management of records in all public institutions. To this end, PRAN will be implementing procedures for the timely disposal of public records of no continuing value, advising on best practices and establishing national standards in records keeping in the public services. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the committee has thoroughly examined the estimates and finds that programs for which the sums have been allocated to be needful for the proper and effective functioning of the office of the Head of Civil Service. The committee therefore recommends that the House approves the sum of 33,123,838 Ghana cedis for the implementation of the programs and activities of the Office of the Head of Civil Service for the financial year commencing on the first day of January 2021 and ending on the 31st day of December 2021 in accordance with the 1992 Constitution of the Republic of Ghana and standing orders of this House. I so submit, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the motion. And Mr. Speaker, I've noticed that the Office of the Head of Civil Service was allocated 34 million Ghana cedis in last year's budget. But out of that, only 28 million was released. And Mr. Speaker, the woeful release affected CAPEX, that's the capital expenditure. Clearly, only 1 million was 1.5 million, 1.6 million was released for CAPEX. CAPEX, we all know, Mr. Speaker, is basically for development of their capital expenditure, infrastructure, and so on and so forth. If you want our civil service to grow, we want our civil service to perform effectively, then the government should do well to release more funds to that service. But as it stands now, woefully 1.5 billion will not survive. In addition to that, Mr. Speaker, I've noticed that this year's budget has been slashed down. Last year it was 34 million, and this year 33 million has been released, or that has been budgeted for the Office of Civil Service. Mr. Speaker, are we going or we are coming back? I was expecting that even though enough was not released last year, this year would have increased the allocation at least, so that the Head of Civil Service could perform efficiently and effectively. Mr. Speaker, why did I say so? You've noticed that last year, when they opened their portal for people to, as we go for recruitment, your report, Mr. Speaker, stated that 20,537 people went online and applied for a job at the Head of Civil Service. And out of that, 13,232 went through the examination or the entrance examination. But only 760 were recruited last year. We have a backlog of people who are willing to offer their services in the civil service. But out of 20,000 people, 13,000 that went through the exam, only 769. Speaker, the other aspect has to do with only 300 out of the 769 that was recruited, only 327 of the newly recruited staff, with the remaining new staff scheduled to receive their induction training in the year 2020. This tells us where we stand as a nation. in regards to civil service. No wonder we all criticize the civil service that they are not performing well. You go to offices now looking for your file, it will take 100 years to get your file. Why? Because they are not effective, they are not efficient, and they are not doing their work because the resources have not been allocated to that industry or to that office. So, Mr. Speaker, my view that government will continue to support them and give them resources so that we can all say the civil service is performing at its maximal output. I've noticed, Mr. Speaker, from your committee's report, 6 III, that the committee that the Office of the Head of Civil Service is one of the implementing partners of NACA, National Anti-Corruption Action Plan. And as such, the Office of the Head of Civil Service is committed to the agenda of a high-risk, low-gain venture. We can only thank them for this. That's the word that the reality is what we see at the civil service is another thing. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I pray that the ministry will release all the funds this year to the Office of the Head of Civil Service so that they can perform their duty as mandated by law. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the motion, and in so doing, I draw the attention of the House to some few areas of the report. Mr. Speaker, the committee on page 3 of the report indicated that the 2020 budget, an amount of $5.7 million was allocated for CAPEX and donor partners. And then $1,075,116 under goods and services. On the same page, you see clearly that no releases were from the donor partners. But the report failed to tell us the reasons for non-release of funds from the donor partners. At least the committee report should have indicated a little that a total of over $6 million budgeted or approved under donor partners, not even a single release to the Head of Civil Service, and the reasons are stated, but there is nothing that. So, Mr. Speaker, we don't know why donor partner amount of over $6 million, no amount was released to the Head of Civil Service. So the report would have been more helpful if we have any paragraph to explain that portion. Mr. Speaker, the other area I want to draw the House attention to is the challenges facing the Head of Civil Service. And that is on page 10 of the report, paragraph XIV, key challenges. And Mr. Speaker, I read. The committee was informed that challenges facing the Head of Civil Service include delays in the creation of vacancies on the Human Resource Management Information System by the Public Services Commission for the recruitment, promotion, and movement of staff service-wide. Mr. Speaker, another challenge is the low fee charged by PRAD, which is inadequate to support the delivery of the department's mandates. The committee advises the Head of Civil Service to liaise with the Public Services Commission and the Ministry of Finance to find workable solutions to these challenges. So, Speaker, the second challenge facing the second PRAC for low fees charge, I think that Head of Civil Service liaising with the Minister of Finance can solve that problem when the ministry, in the IGF law, can propose an increase in the charge, the fees charged by PRAC. The other issue about the Public Services Commission not being able to load or to create more vacancies for recruitment, promotion, I'm afraid, no matter how the Head of Civil Service liaises with the Public Services Commission, I'm not sure they can do that. The issue is about whether the government has the resources to recruit more people. That decision cannot be taken by the Public Services Commission and the Head of Civil Service. In fact, even with Minister of Finance involved, it should be a decision of government. So it's a serious challenge that the House should also do something about on what we should do or what government should do by creating more vacancies, especially where there are workers, existing workers, who due for promotion, but because no vacancies have been created in the system, people be on one grade for many years and no promotion because no vacancies are created. That is a more serious issue. Then also, new vacancies not being created because probably no funds to pay them. So the Finance Committee made a proposal or recommended a proposal, all right, but I think that the House, in approving this, should also lay more emphasis on what the government need to do in order to ensure that those areas that need more hands to work, the vacancies are created for them so that the Head of Civil Service can make recruitment into those sectors to support the work of the civil service. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I thank you and I support the motion.
Majority Leadership. Very well, so I'll put the question. As many as are in favor of the motion, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. The House has approved the sum of 33,173,838 Ghana cedis for the services of the Office of the Head of Civil Service for the year ending 31st December 2021. Yes, Honorable Leader, which motion can we take now?
Mr. Speaker, many of the reports are now being printed, so we may have to take a suspension. Until we do so, there is a pending statement by one of our colleagues, the member from Jomoro. If you be allowed space to make the statements, and maybe you can have one contributor each from either side, and then we can take the suspension.
What is happening at Jomoro? I didn't get that part.
The Speaker said that the statement is from the member from Jomoro.
A statement?
A statement, yes.
I see. I'm not aware. There's no statement before me. I don't know where it was admitted. Well, okay, if I can get a copy then. Yes, Honourable Member for Jomoro, you may read your statement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to deliver a statement on the urgent need to address the negative repercussions as a result of the continuous closure of international entry points in my constituency and the need to regularize land border crossing at key locations such as Elibo, Jewe Wharf, Newtown, Elena Wharf, and other border towns in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, the closure of these borders on the executive authority of President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo since March 22nd last year was as a result of our collective determination to fight the COVID-19 pandemic, which I do acknowledge poses a real danger to the Ghanaian population, especially because of the growing numbers of infected people. Now at a record number of 86,465 confirmed cases, with 4,866 active cases and 647 deaths as of March 9, 2021, per official records from the Ghana Health Service website. Mr. Speaker, the justifiable fear that non-Ghanaian citizens whose COVID-19 status we do not know may travel into this country and infect the rest of us informed the President's exercise of his executive powers backed by this August House in closing all access points, including land, sea, and air borders. Apart from travel by air, which resumed on the 1st September 2020, all other entry points, particularly land borders, have remained closed for almost a year now. Mr. Speaker, I represent the Jomoro constituency, where we are blessed with 4 approved land borders, and these are at Elibo, Newtown, Elena Wharf, and Jewe Wharf. Mr. Speaker, these serve as the main sources of income and general economic livelihood for the inhabitants of the aforementioned towns. Almost all socio-economic activities within these towns and their environs are organized around. Right Honourable Speaker, the extended closure of these borders has impacted negatively on the people of Jomoro. Whilst we are keen to protect our citizens from the pandemic, we are ignoring the very essence of the economic lives of our people. This is causing a lot of devastation on the local economy and especially the quality of lives of majority of people in the Jomoro constituency. Mr. Speaker, some of the harsh economic challenges facing our people include collapsed businesses due to extremely reduced patronage of goods and services, loss of capital due to expired products in shops, mass immigration due to dwindled economic activities, upsurge in the use of unapproved routes as referenced in the then Interior Minister Dixon on 26 January 2021, loss of livelihoods for individuals who depend on the borders but are not government employees, economic suffocation of transport unions and banking institutions, hunger and depression. Ghanaian-owned cocoa farms along River Tano are depleting, decreasing social cohesion. Mr. Speaker, the simple fact is that the border towns in Jomoro are losing their socio-economic benefits in addition to what symbolizes their very existence. This poses extreme difficulty for businesses to recover from the financial losses they are facing now. Some may not even recover at all. Mr. Speaker, according to the British Broadcasting Corporation, BBC, an average number of 98,000 people through Kotoka International Airport every month since the COVID-19 period. On the other hand, Mr. Speaker, the average traffic, excluding inhabitants of the border communities who enter Ghana through the Alibo border, which is the main border crossing between Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire, per month was 4,000 every month before COVID-19, according to ACLO 20. Mr. Speaker, the statistics show that the people who enter Ghana through Kotoka in this COVID period is greater than those who entered Ghana even before the outbreak of COVID-19. The Ghana Airport Company Limited reports on its website that 2,110,593 passengers used the Kotoka International Airport in 2019 alone. What this presupposes, Mr. Speaker, is that if Kotoka, with relatively large numbers, can be opened to the public and managed within the COVID protocols regime, we can do the same with the 4 entry points in Jomoro. The present regime, where the borders remain closed with people risking their lives and that of others through unapproved routes, is a more dangerous threat than if the borders were reopened, regularized, and managed. Mr. Speaker, the direct situation of border closure in my constituency, as may pertain in other land borders within the country, must be then Interior Minister designate on the 26th of January this year, which suggested that personnel within the Alibo area bribes to allow people passage at unapproved routes. Mr. Speaker, if it be true and it is allowed to continue, the fight against COVID-19 will be an effort in futility, and the threat will be very devastating and therefore requires an immediate response. Mr. Speaker, I strongly believe that all the measures put in place at Kotoka International Airport can be replicated at our borders, except that we can employ a competitive antigen testing entity and will be commensurate with current international market pricing. Unlike the exorbitant antigen testing regime at the Kotoka International Airport. Mr. Speaker, I say this by taking into consideration the fewer entrants per month of persons using the land borders of trade and other businesses in comparison to the volumes of persons using the Kotoka International Airport per available statistics. Also, I wish to call on the government to, as a matter of urgency, open up the borders while stepping up adequate surveillance and effective monitoring of our borders. These measures, if adhered to and instituted at our borders, will not only help in reviving the dwindling socio-economic activities, but will also help in the fight against the virus. It will also further boost our Pan-African credentials as the champions of the ECOWAS on free movement of persons and goods, which is cardinal to our integration agenda. On this note, Right Honorable Speaker, once again, I thank you and this Honorable House for the opportunity given me to make my maiden statement, for your kind attention. Thank you.
Yeah.
Member for Elembele.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Let me thank the maker of the statement, the MP for Jomoro, for a very well-researched statement. Mr. Speaker, the statement underscores the urgent need for government to review the decision to close our land borders. Mr. Speaker, the points that have been made, especially the hardship being faced by businesses, collapsed businesses due to extreme and reduced patronage, loss of capital, a lot of the challenges that have been stated, including, Mr. Speaker, the concern that was raised by the Interior Minister, that people are using unapproved routes, and in some occasions there has been recorded incidents of bribe taking at these borders. And I'm sure that this statement that is being made Does not apply to only Elubo, but a lot of our land borders across the country. Mr. Speaker, it is very urgent, it is important. Yes, COVID-19, Mr. Speaker, has really created a lot of challenges for us. And there was really the need for us to take critical measures to protect ourselves as a country. But perhaps the time has come, Mr. Speaker, for us to review that policy based on the information that has been provided. The maker of the statement was very, very clear about the numbers of passengers that entered through Kotoka International Airport. Almost 90,000 compared to 4,000 a day at the Libo border. We have been able to manage that with a lot of critical protocols, including the tests, controversial tests that came up. But what is important is that it has been done at Kotoka. What it means is that we can basically look at the measures that we want to put in place to make sure that we put in place the very urgent COVID protocols and do that at the same time open the border. What was so important that the maker of the statement also pointed out, Mr. Speaker, was Ghana's position as the lead country of AFTA, and the African Continental Free Trade, the champion of African free trade, the movement, free movement of goods and people. It is the key to our economic transformation in the next century, in this century and beyond. And the last time we made a point here about the volumes and the numbers, $40 billion, and Africa is not able to even trade among ourselves with 60 billion. There's really an opportunity for Ghana to lead. Mr. Speaker, COVID has come, it's dangerous. We don't even know what is coming next. We must brace ourselves to strategically think about what we do under all these challenges and circumstances to make sure that this policy of making sure we can trade among ourselves, as has been exemplified. Mr. Speaker, it is very true. The people of Jomoro, their mainstay, their survivor, is basically the border. And it impacts all the communities. Lembele is next door to Jomoro and Evalue. And so, if the border is not good, there's a big market day at Elibo on, I think it's Wednesday. There's one at Jowowa on Saturday. They all come to a halt. And the impact on businesses, small businesses, women especially, is great. So, the call on government to basically review this policy across our land borders is a very important one, and I want to thank the maker of the statement. Thank you very much.
All right. Yes, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to acknowledge the presenter of the statement and to add my voice and to say that I have also written the speaker on same issues because I also represent the people of Katu South, which has the busiest border in our country, Aflau border. And the effects of the closure of the border is almost like a perpetual lockdown. It's a perpetual lockdown of what to do. I don't recall any intervention that has been extended to the people of Ghana who live along the borders that have been closed. And so I join the speaker and all the earlier speakers and to appeal through your office to His Excellency the President that as soon as possible, some kind of protocol can be established which will allow for the borders to be opened. I believe that the interventions that were made at the airports can be revised to fit the specific situation as we find with the borders, so that our people can have their daily bread. As the Honorable Member for Elembele just said, the women especially are traumatized by the closure of these borders. And as Parliament, who come from those communities, it's our responsibility to be the voice for the people so that they can be heard and attention given to them. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to make my comments. Thank you.
Leadership.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to contribute, and I want to thank the honourable member for Jomoro for a very well-researched statement. Mr. Speaker, the make of the statement pointed major issue of the effect, the negative effect of the continuous closure of the borders in Jomoro. Mr. Speaker, definitely the make of the statement limited her statement to the effect of that injury to affect all border towns in Ghana, including that of Ketu North and Ketu South. Mr. Speaker, the negative effect of the border closures is about the local economy. Most of our people depend on daily business, go into the other side to buy goods and come out to sell. The same way from the other side. So they depend on that. I can talk of Ketu North. The people of Georgia and Kwenyi always cross the border to buy goods to sell. And the same way in Jomoro. So the continuous closure of the border definitely will have negative effects on our people. So the make of the statement is calling on the government to consider reopening of the borders. That the government can do. But Mr. Speaker, there is another aspect to it. Now, in the case of the airport, when the aircraft lands, you don't need to pass through any other border before we accept you into our country. But in the case of the land borders, if we open our side, the other side is not open, you cannot have access, you can't go. So there must be the need for some diplomatic arrangement, foreign diplomatic arrangement where we use our ambassadors, our staff in our embassies to have this, or even at the top level, the president talk to his counterparts, that the effect of the continual closure is having on the local economy probably is affecting your side as well. So why don't we open the borders and put measures in place to ensure that how we want to control and protect the spread of the COVID is ensured. So that if Ghana opens its borders, Côte d'Ivoire, Togo, Burkina Faso will as well open their borders. So that there will be easy flow of persons. So I just want to add this aspect to it that, yes, the government of Ghana can open its side of the border, but the counterpart countries or neighboring countries, if they don't do same, then we are not moving anywhere. So, as we are asking the president to open the border, not only to open the border of Ghana, to have this negotiation with the neighboring countries to ensure that they also as well open, then we'll then be solving the problem. So, this is the aspect I want to add to the statement made by the honourable member. I thank you.
Yes, Majority.
Speaker, I also share the sentiments expressed by the member for Jomoro in the statement that he has presented to the House. Speaker, certainly the closure of our borders, our land borders, has indeed contributed to diminishing trade across our land borders. Many of the communities that fringe our borders really belong to the countries, the contiguous countries where we have these borders. So we have Ghanaian communities that may have some families on the other side of the border. The Speaker, that the closure of the borders have affected trade, the health of the citizens, social life, and the local economies come without dispute. But the Speaker, we must also accept that these measures were resorted to for the greater good of the generality of our citizenry. We must concede to that. The Speaker, I think in the circumstance that the neighboring countries should also be as proactive as Ghana in attending to the issues relating to herd immunization in the various countries. Unfortunately, the countries are running into problems. The Speaker, as we speak today, Ghana is intending to immunize about 20 million people. As you all do know, vaccines that have come to the country total about 600,000, plus the 50,000 that was donated to us by India. The Speaker, it was envisaged that by the second week into April, we should have about 2.6 million of the vaccines again. As we speak now, we are running into problems. The countries that sponsored the research into the vaccines are now coming together to ensure that they have their own pound of flesh before other countries have access to this. We were intending to have another 17.5 million, the Speaker, by the close of June. When we started, the price that was quoted at the very outset was in the region of about $11. Today, as we speak, this price has skyrocketed to $26 per ampule. We need to immunize 20 million. By 2 jabs, it to 40 million. $26 per jab means that as a country now, the initial calculation, which was below $400 million, now has ballooned to over $1 billion. The Speaker, yes, the local economies, the communities in the border towns are severely affected. Perhaps they are the hardest hit. And I suggest that if the borders are open now, Mr. Speaker, we'll see what will happen. A huge influx, given the fact that Ghana stands ready to receive these vaccines, to attend to what we intend to do, the herd immunization of 20 million. Others, if we are not careful, will swarm, and if we have the vaccines, submit themselves to it. And in a twinkling of an eye, the Speaker, the cost could escalate to beyond belief. I believe the time has come for the authority of heads of state in the sub-region to come on this. Every one of them needs to take this seriously and procure the vaccines for their citizens. The Speaker, that is not to say that if there are some other ingenious ways of attending to the border communities, we must not apply them. Let us look at other means of assisting our communities, especially communities who were dependent routinely on trade between the two countries for their survival. They are perhaps much more impacted on than the rest of us in the mid-country. So let's look and explore avenues of assisting them. But I'm not too sure that it will translate to immediately opening the borders. As the Honorable Deputy Leader has said, for the minority has said, even if we do, and the others don't open their borders, what happens? It will be an exercise in futility, which is why we need to engage in some more diplomacy to attend to this. But, Mr. Speaker, we should all express sympathy and concern in improving the living standards of our citizens strand along the border. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Very well. That brings us to statement time. On this note, your suggestion was that we should suspend sitting until?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we should suspend sitting for 3:20 now, so we can come back at 5. They bring in some of the documents to us. We need to look at them. And, Speaker, we'll come back at 5 to see what we can do. Even if you're able to do some 2 hours, at least we'll do something before we adjourn. 2-3 hours. Are you saying we should do 5 hours? I agree with you, Deputy Minority Leader.
Yes. The coming back at 5 p.m. should be 5 p.m. It should be 5 p.m. So we should come back at 5 p.m. So we'll make sure that we come back at 5 p.m. So I just want to, so that we, usually you give time to come back, and you, the leader of government business, will not be on time. So I'm reminding you that you said 5 p.m. I'm only reminding you that 5 p.m. will come back 5 p.m.
Very well. Sitting of the House is suspended until 5 p.m.
Yes.
Item 13, motion. Majority Leader.
Speaker, I beg to move that this Honorable House approves the sum of 68,318,151 Ghana cedis for the services of the National Commission for Civic Education, NCCE, for the year ending December 31st, 2021. Speaker, the NCCE is a constitutional creator which is mandated to create and sustain within society the awareness of the principles and objectives of the Constitution as a fundamental law of the people of this country. We are also charged to educate and encourage the public to defend the Constitution at all times against all forms of abuse and violations. We formulate for the consideration of government from time to time programs at national, regional, and district levels aimed at realizing the objectives of the Constitution as especially encapsulated under the directive principles of state policy. They formulate, implement, and oversee programs intended to inculcate in citizens of Ghana the awareness of their civic responsibilities and an appreciation of their rights and obligations as citizens. The Speaker, they also assess for the information of government the limitations to the achievement of true democracy arising from the existing inequalities between different strata of the population and make recommendations on addressing these inequalities. The Speaker, for this purpose, this year, an allocation of 68,318,151 Ghana cedis has been made to the Commission. It's for this reason that I move this motion for the House to approve of the allocation to the Commission. I so move.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion moved by the leader for the approval of 68,118,151 Ghana cedis for the services of the NCC for 2021 fiscal year. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, just want to look at the amount approved for the NCC, if really this amount will be adequate enough for the NCC. Because if you look at paragraph 7.2 on page 9, the committee observed that there is lack of adequate resources to meet logistic requirements of the NCC. We all know that even the work we do as members of parliament, NCC is mandated under the Constitution to undertake public and civic education. There are a lot of our constituents who do not know the role of a member of parliament vis-a-vis that of the district assembly. So our constituents think that as a member of parliament, you are solely as the development agent, and for that matter, anything about development of their communities, you, the member of parliament, you are the first point they call on. Some do not even know that the district assembly common fund is not under you as a member of parliament. They think that that is also under the control of the member of parliament. So they call on you all the time to do every development project. What's the assembly, who has a chunk of the money, who, for lack of better word, they are not disturbed by our constituents. So it is an NCCE that must do the public education so that our constituents will know that it is a duty of the assembly to do A, B, C, D, and it's a duty of the member of parliament also to do this. So, approving a meager amount of 4.2 million Ghana cedis for NCC for the entire country, Mr. Speaker, I'm afraid we'll only be paying them salaries. Because the salaries alone is 62.7 million Ghana cedis. So we'll pay them. At the end of the day, they will not have resources to work with. They sit in their offices. So the benefits that we need to derive as a country, we will not. So if we really want the NCC to perform their functions well, for all of us to benefit, we should reconsider the amount of money that we should give to them under goods and services. Because the whole country, Ghana, NCC, should be given 4.2 million Ghana cedis for goods and services. I don't know what they are going to do with that money. And Mr. Speaker, if you look at capital expenditure, 1.1 million, they don't have vehicles, they are having as old as 10 years, and they are giving 1.1 million Ghana cedis. How many vehicles can they buy out of this? I'm not sure they only buy one vehicle. Maybe they'll use it to buy computers and then printers and the rest. Look at the amount that development partners are giving to NCC. Are they losing interest in the work of NCC? And that development partners are supporting them with 119,000 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, the acting finance minister should listen to the point I'm raising. Development partners giving 119,000 to NCC as their support. Mr. Speaker, no, this is laughable. DP are supporting NCC with 119,000. It's not good. No. I think we should even reject that money. It's an insult to us. 119,000. Page 7 of the report. Development, even this is not correct. It said Develop Partners Fund. It should be Development Partners Fund. In fact, the amount is small, so the name is not even correct. So, as I was saying, we should not be paying these workers and we don't provide them with the resources to work with. So, in July, when they have a mid-year review, if there's an opportunity to have a supplementary budget, the Minister of Finance should consider giving support to NCC in the form of more resources so that they can do their core mandate of civic education, to educate our people. You will benefit, everybody will benefit, so that your constituents don't come to you all the time demanding what you are not supposed to do. Thank you.
The motion has been moved and seconded. Honorable Whip, do you want to contribute?
Certainly, sir, Speaker. Speaker, I rise to speak to support the motion and to say that my good friend, the Honorable Deputy Minority Leader, has shown enough lamentations regarding the NCC, and rightly so. I think it's a reasonable grounds he raised. I recall the 7th Parliament, the concerns about the NCC and then the Shraj had often come up at the Special Budget Committee, and has always been a matter of concern. Speaker, I don't think we need to belabor this point. It's an important call. We may have to devise an innovative means to raise some funding to complement the needs of the NCC. We don't need to be of this constitutional body in the development of our country. But let me limit myself to the achievements of the NCC in 2020. And Speaker, page 3 of the report, item G, talks about the establishment of inter-party dialogue committee who sought to mediate electoral disputes before, during, and after elections in all districts and regions. I find that feat very interesting. and worth emulating going into the future. Again, page 5, look for 2021, and it identifies an organization of sensitization plan, anti-corruption action plan, increased competition for SHS, increased competition among tertiary institutions, civic challenges. I find this very relevant, especially in the face of the COVID, as we are struck as a country. So I rise to speak fully in support, but I want to suggest, Speaker, portions of the report talks about how the NCC depends on the meager resources of various district assemblies. Probably. I don't know how it comes as a legal approach. Maybe the District Assembly Common Fund could also find a way of supporting, and complemented by MPs, if we may. We can also make some resources available to the NCC. They find themselves in a difficult situation. And it has been repetitive. I mean, every financial year, this matter comes up, we talk about it, and we allow it to rest. So I want to conclude by making a strong suggestion that we find an innovative approach to deal with this crisis as faced by the NCC. The Speaker, thank you, but I support the motion fully and the amount quoted by the mover of the motion. Thank you, Speaker.
Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak in support of the motion. Mr. Speaker, in supporting it, I want to make few comments. Mr. Speaker, the National Commission on Civic Education is not asking for too much. And if you look at the figures before us, compensation alone, their compensation budget alone is about 52 million in 2020. In 2021, the compensation budget, Mr. Speaker, is 62 million, and we are approving a budget of 68 million. Mr. Speaker, it looks as if people are going to be paid, and they are going to be accused of not doing their work. And it is not because they don't want to do the work. The answer is that they are highly incapacitated to be able to do the work for which they are being paid. So you approve a budget of 68 million, you say 62 is for compensation. And if you look at expenditure itself, what they are asking for, Mr. Speaker, they need 11 million cedis to buy 50 pickups, 6.8 million to buy 16 cross-country vehicles, 600,000 for office furniture, 1 million for office building, 700,000 for computers and accessories. In this era of not encouraging social gatherings, I think if the NCCE is asking for 850, is asking for 700,000 to buy computers and accessories to be able to be working in a digital way, Mr. Speaker, I think such money should be released to them. And when you quantify all those things, the total amount that they are asking for, Mr. Speaker, is only 20,959,600 Ghana cedis, Mr. Speaker. This is what they want for this capital expenditure. Mr. Speaker, if you look at when the NCCE was established, and the mandate that was given to them and the work that they were supposed to do. Mr. Speaker, we've come of age. Civic education and directing people to go and vote. Your vote is your right and all those things. The Electoral Commission sometimes complement all those activities, all right. But Mr. Speaker, I think the NCCE must be encouraged and capacitated in such a way that, Mr. Speaker, they can help even the House to fight against the high attrition rate that we are witnessing. Many times we accuse them. You look at rejected ballot papers and the number is so huge. You look at the voter apathy and it's a problem. You look at the attrition rate of parliament, it's a problem. These are issues that the NCCE must come in. How do they come in? Give them just this little 20 million for their capital expenditure. And when you give them these 16 cross-country vehicles, these 50 pickups, these 200 computers, Mr. Speaker, you will see how they will complement the effort of Star Ghana and Parliament of Ghana to fight against the attrition rate of members of Parliament. They will educate our electorates about our core mandate and what we are supposed to do. And it will free us to be able to concentrate and legislate effectively. Mr. Speaker, if you read it, they said they need 7 million to be able to help do public sensitization on the vaccination that we are taking and the conspiracy theories that people are just disseminating to discourage people from going and take the vaccine. If the NCCE needs just 7 million, Mr. Speaker, to complement government effort, the Ministry of Health effort, in doing this sensitization, I think such monies, Mr. Speaker, must be given to them. You don't give them 62, this quantum of money I'm paying you, and you will not expect much from them. To whom much is given, much is expected. And I think it is high time that we have to speak on their behalf. And when the supplementary, this may be too late, but if it happens that there is a supplementary budget in the or midterm budget, Mr. Speaker, we should consider them to give them something. If they start early, and they can partner, the majority leader is the leader of the Special Budget, Chairman of Special Budget Committee. Now, luckily, he's the acting chairman, acting minister, responsible for finance. So, if we make all those recommendations, and he's able to put them somewhere, when we are doing the supplementary budget, Mr. Speaker, these independent constitutional bodies must be well catered for. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I support the motion, and I wish the NCCE well. Even though it might not be enough, in the time that we are, they should make use of this for now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I would like to put the question. Those in favor of the motion say aye. Those against the motion say no. The ayes have it. This House has approved the sum of 68,318,151 Ghana cedis for the services of the National Commission for Civic Education, NCC, for the year ending 31st December 2021. Honorable Majority Leader.
Speaker, we deal with item number 14.
Excuse me.
Item 14. 14.
Motion.
Speaker, I beg to move that this Honorable House approves the sum of 12,479,838 Ghana cedis for the services of the Public Services Commission for the year ending 31st December 2021. Mr. Speaker, the Public Services Commission exists to advise government on the criteria for the appointment to public offices as well as persons to hold or act in public services. They prescribe appropriate systems and procedures for the management of personnel records within the public service, to review the organizational structure and manpower requirements of agencies and bodies in the public services, and advise government on such manpower rationalizations as may be necessary for optimum utilization of human resources in the public services. Mr. Speaker, it is part of the responsibility of the PSC to oversee the human resource development activities of public service organizations to ensure career planning and career development in public services. They also improve requirements, policies, and techniques by introducing modern methods of determining suitability of officers. These and other reasons that the PSC has been allocated a sum of 12,479,838 Ghana cedis for the fiscal year ending December 31st, 2021. Accordingly, Mr. Speaker, I beg to move.
Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I read to second a motion that an amount, let me draw the chairman's attention to it, that the figure in another paper, the motion, is different from what the committee is asking the House to approve. The difference is just, I think it's a typo. The difference is 6 series. 6 series, 6. And that is coming from goods and services. It should read 4,036,606. But you make it 600. So the total figure should read 12,479,838, not 33. No, in the report it's 33. So that is a correction. Mr. Speaker, know what the Public Service Commission does. Earlier on, when we were looking at the head of civil service report, the Finance Committee made a recommendation that the head of civil service should consult Public Service Commission, the Ministry of Finance, to create vacancies and then create opportunity for promotions and recruitment. So we know what they do and ensuring that the public sector is adequately provided in terms of human resources to undertake our work. If you look at what was granted the Public Services Commission in 2021 budget for goods and services, it's almost what was given NCC. And if you want to compare the coverage or the extent of work of these two organizations, the NCC is not fairly treated. If Public Service Commission can be given 4,036,000 for goods and services, and NCC is giving almost the same amount, well, they are giving 4,291,000. I think that the issue about looking at the NCC figure comes in again. But I support that we approve the figure of 12,479,338 838 for the services of the public. Mr. Speaker, I second the motion. Thank you.
Honorable members, at the conclusion of the debate, those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. And this Honorable House has accordingly approved the sum of 12,479,838 Ghana cedis for the services of the Public Services Commission, PSC, for the year ending 31st December 2021. Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we will now deal with item number 16.
Item number 16, motion.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this House approves the sum of 6,859,109 Ghana cedis for the services of the National Media Commission for the year ending 31st December 2021. Mr. Speaker, the core functions of the Media Commission include the promotion and ensuring the freedom and independence of the media and mass communication information. Speaker, they take all appropriate measures to ensure the establishment and maintenance of the highest journalistic standards in the mass media, including the investigation, mediation, and settlement of complaints made against or by the press, media, or other mass media. Speaker, they insulate the state-owned media from governmental control and make regulations like constitutional instruments for the registration of newspapers and other publications, except that the regulations shall not provide for the exercise of any direction or control over the professional function of a person engaged in production of newspapers or other means of mass communication. Mr. Speaker, this has been the core discharge of the Media Commission. Along the line, issues have come up and people have argued strongly. The National Media Commission must be vested with additional powers in order for it to be able to operate much more effectively and efficiently. Mr. Speaker, it is for this and other related matters that the Commission has been allocated an amount of 6,859,109 Ghana cedis for a discharge of the activities for the 2021 fiscal year. In which case, Mr. Speaker, I beg to move.
Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I write to second the motion that an amount of 6,859,109 Ghana cedis is approved for the National Media Commission for the year 2021. Mr. Speaker, I look at the budget for 2020 for the Media Commission, and for compensation, 2,175,410 Ghana cedis was approved for the Media Commission. But the actual expenditure is 3,581,695 cedis, 27 pesos. And Mr. Speaker, the committee also observed on page 7, under paragraph 9.1 of excess expenditure. The committee observed that for the year 2020, the Media Commission overspent their compensation budget. Mr. Speaker, we have procedures to follow if an agency needs to spend more than approved by the House. Media Commission only explained that this situation has arisen as a result of upward review of salaries by government. We always know that whenever budget is being prepared, if you don't even factor into the expected increase in salary for the year in concern, the Ministry of Finance need to follow a procedure before paying more than approved. Does it mean that the House can approve a budget and the Minister of Finance will not go according to the ceilings provided in the budget and overspend the budget by whooping amount of 64%? Because they overspend the budget by 64% for compensation. What do we do? Do we just gloss over it? Is it only NCC Media Commission whose salary have been increased during the course of the year, and they alone overspend their compensation? If, as a result of the increase in salary by government, then it should be something that should be applied to all government agencies. But they alone overspend 4%. Does it mean their salary will increase by 64%? I don't think that the explanation given by the Media Commission is adequate enough as a reason for the overspending of the budget for 2020. The Speaker, that is one area we need to talk about and probably get answers for the chairman of the committee, because we should not just gloss over it. If not, all agencies will come be giving reasons for which we will not have anything to do but just to accept. So that is the only concern I have once I second the motion. Thank you.
Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I'll put the question again. Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I raise a concern. If my concern that I raise is not relevant, just tell me that your concern is not relevant. I raise a genuine concern that an agency overspent their budget over 64%. Invited the chairman of the committee probably to tell us something, and nothing will be done about it. Mr. Speaker, please, something must be done about it.
Leader, I know your concerns was going to be taken care of in the mid-year review. You yourself prescribed the solution in the previous discussion. So, okay.
Mr. Speaker, there are two issues here. The first one relates to the over expenditure of the compensation by 64%, as the Deputy Minority Leader has related to. The other one relates to the goods and services, which was also underspent by close to 34%. Speaker, the issue now is what occasioned this, and how did they come to spend beyond that? Certainly, they would have had clearance from the Minister of Finance. And one, now we need to go beyond what the Commission has provided to us to ask questions, how they had the amount released to them. The total over expenditure would not amount to 64% of the allocation to the Commission, but 64% over and above the compensation. The Speaker, as I indicated, you would come to some determination that the overall expenditure will be in the region, over expenditure will be in the region of about 17%. We need really to inquire from the Minister of Finance how it happened. So I guess the committee, the Special Budget Committee, would have to be tasked to follow up, to provide adequate responses to this. The Speaker, I think it's a fair charge. Thank you very much.
Leader, I believe you are okay with the explanation. Now I put the question. Those in favor of the motion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. This Honorable House has accordingly approved the sum of 6,859,109 Ghana cedis for the services of the National Media Commission for the year ending 31st December 2021. Respectfully, Majority Leader.
I'm saying. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this House,
no problem. Majority Leader, which motion?
Mr. Speaker, motion 1.8, item 1.8.
Item number 18.
Yes, item number 18. That is the motion in respect of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this Honorable House approve the sum of 497,037,051 Ghana cedis for the services of the Ministry responsible for Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration for the year ending 31st December 2021. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Seconder.
Speaker, I rise to second the motion moved, and in so doing, present the committee's report and invite the Hazard Department to capture the entire report. Speaker, establishment of Consular Emergency Fund for Destitute Ghanaians abroad. It may be recalled that the committee of the House on the draft estimate for the ministry in 2019 recommended the establishment of a distress fund to support indigent Ghanaians abroad in critical need. The Public Accounts Committee re-echoed this recommendation in one of their reports to Parliament. The fund, when established, will support the missions abroad to deal with critical welfare challenges that confront Ghanaians in many parts of the world, as well as hostile situations where foreign service officers occasionally use their personal resources to support Ghanaian compatriots in such conditions. Speaker, in conclusion, the committee believes that the ministry is making every effort to use the meager resources at its disposal in achieving value for money, representing the good image of the country abroad, and improving on service delivery.
Yes, Honorable Member. Honorable, please, which constituency?
Mine South.
Okay.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak to the motion that this Honorable House approve the sum of 497,037,051 Ghana cedis for the services of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Integration for the year ending 31st December 2021. Mr. Speaker, I want to refer to the document page 514, page 101. Mr. Speaker, the ministry is said to have evacuated over 10,000 Ghanaian nationals abroad during the COVID period. When we met at the committee level, in fact, the minister herself admitted that most of these people who came from the Gulf states or who were evacuated from the Gulf states, if you listen to their stories, in fact, you know that they've gone through some ordeal which is not good at all. They evacuated these people. Unfortunately, most of these people are coming from my constituency, Mine South. They came in, and at the same committee, the minister herself admitted that most of the people that they brought in have gone back to their original place where they took them from to do whatever they were doing there, actually, which was not good for them. I want to encourage the minister that when they bring people in, they should find a way to integrate them or help them to settle into the system, because they come back, they don't have anything to do, they get desperate, and eventually they go back to the same situation. It will be appropriate if the ministry could even liaise with a ministry like the Gender or the Employment Ministry or any other ministry that can help, so that they prepare these people to stay here. Either they give them training. Again, if you look at a constituency like my own, yeah. So I'm saying, if you look at, for instance, like my own, where most of these people are coming from, I think the ministry can do something like establishing something like a vocational training center or anything of, yes, related to this document. That is what I'm talking about. They can set up, the ministry can help give them training or anything that will help them to settle there. Mr. Speaker, I think in doing that, most of these people will not go back to where they came from. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I want to support this motion that the budget should be approved for this ministry. Thank you very much.
Honorable member, next time you speak from your seat, as directed by the right honorable speaker. I couldn't identify your name. It appeared Honorable Eric Kupuku, so next time you speak from there. Yes, honorable ranking member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity. And Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, I had to run in here after receiving a call from my leadership that our report has been late and it's been taken today. And this is not the standard practice, Mr. Speaker. We would know ordinarily, we will discuss, chairman, ranking, and members will know that our report will be taken today. We have been working under the assumption that the minister will return from her travel tomorrow, Thursday, and it will be taken on Friday so that she can be here to respond to the issues that arise from the debate. But we have been taken by surprise. The minister is not in the jurisdiction. You can see the chairman of the committee is not here. Most of our members are not here. And I can understand that there's a need for some expedition, but in the process, if care is not taken, we may sacrifice a lot in carrying out our oversight duties, because there are major issues that came up at the committee meeting. And Mr. Speaker, one of those major issues is that if you look at the budget document, page 273, the budget statement that the Honorable Chairman Sabonsu presented to this House on the 12th of March 2021. At Appendix 12A, the status of COVID-19 alleviation program, CAP 1, page 273. There are two items there in the name of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration. Item numbered 4, transfer to GOG COVID account at Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration. At the committee, Mr. Speaker, when I drew attention to this and sought to find out how the ministry will account for this 19.3 million. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Minister and the representatives of the ministry who were at the meeting indicated that they are seeing this for the first time and that they are not aware of any such account at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration. They said they are not aware of any such account and they don't know when this sum was transferred. So this is a major issue. Where is that 19.3 million? Which account really can we find that? Who did the transfer? And why is it in the budget in the name of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration? That is a matter that, Mr. Speaker, we must resolve. Then the item numbered 5, Mr. Speaker, you see transfer to GOG COVID account for Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration airfare When you divide, Mr. Speaker, the amount, 46,398,352, by the number of passengers, 2,221, you get 20,890 cedis. That's very, very much on the high side. Again, when I sought to find out from the ministry and the committee, Mr. Speaker, what accounts for high amount, we were told that the ministry was not responsible and that it was national security that was in charge of the evacuations. So the national security is a ministry. It has its own budget line. Why put this under the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration? And when auditors come to audit the accounts, Mr. Speaker, they will go after the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration. But here, you have officials of the ministry who have no idea as to how this whole evacuation was carried out and the cost of ticketing at over 20,000 Ghana cedis and all of that. So this whole COVID-19 alleviation program, Mr. Speaker, it is clear to me that moving forward, this House would need to request a special audit into the COVID-19 expenditure, because COVID-19 expenditure is being spread all over the place. My colleagues, the Committee of Health, tell me that if you look at the Appendix 12B, whereas the budget is reporting that we have spent for COVID some 19 billion Ghana cedis at Appendix 12B. The Ministry of Health is saying that they have so far been responsible for only about $100 million. So you see these expenditure items popping up all over the place, but the line ministers don't seem to have an appreciation of exactly what has gone on, and we don't know who is assigning these expenditures under various ministries that when you probe further, Mr. Speaker, you don't seem to get answers. So we are placing on record that we'll be demanding a special forensic audit into the COVID-19 expenditure, and some of these apparent wrongful presentations in the budget under ministries where they do not belong, it is clear that, Mr. Speaker, they would have to take them out so that it is not said one day that the respective committees did not do their work thoroughly and diligently. I think that it's important that we stress that. Moving away from that, Mr. Speaker, is the matter related to the distress fund, which this House has spoken to on a number of occasions. At page 16 of the committee's report, item number 9.8, the establishment of Consular Emergency Fund for destitute Ghanaians abroad. Since 2017, your Committee on Foreign Affairs has recommended that we show this fund so that we can take care of our compatriots who run into difficulty because they need consular assistance. But when you do not have a line item, you do not have resources budgeted for, it becomes very difficult for our foreign missions abroad. Since 2017, Mr. Speaker, the ministry has urged the Ministry of Finance to give them a listening ear on this matter, and the fund has still not been established. And you could see from the developments around the COVID-19 pandemic that our compatriots really struggled. Some ran to embassies, they could not be catered for, and it's all because Ghana does not have a line item for extending emergency consular services to our compatriots. And it doesn't speak well of us, it doesn't advance our image, and when our compatriots are stranded out there and the international media picks it up, it doesn't do us any good at all. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to stress that this matter is very, very urgent. And COVID-19 has even reminded us the more that we need to pay attention to that matter. Mr. Speaker, there are also a number of outstanding commitments that unfortunately, because the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has seen a huge cut in its allocation, even when compared to last year. It's almost about 100 million cedis in cuts. Last year's budget was in excess of 597 million. You notice that this year is taking a very, very huge cut. That has led to the ministry suspending a plan that in 2021, at least 16 of these missions that are in disrepair would be renovated, and they will continue with the purchases. Some 5 purchases they had planned for. All of that appears to have been suspended. The Accra International Conference Center, which comes up for special mention at page 15 of your committee's report, Mr. Speaker, is a very, very, very important issue. We are sitting on a time bomb as a country. The committee went on a tour, and Mr. Speaker, anything can happen anytime, according to the engineers who took us around. The ministry had budgeted for it, but unfortunately, they could not find favor with the Ministry of Finance. So they are looking at from elsewhere. The minister is proposing probably to raise a facility in the near future. But as a house, we need to pay attention to what is going on at the Accra International Conference Center. It remains our only prime conference facility. It has really served us well. Recently, when former President Rawlings passed, that's where he was laid in state. UN Secretary General Kofi Annan, that's where he was laid in state, and many other dignitaries. It does serve us well. But if you go to the underground, Mr. Speaker, and you see how, I mean, I don't want to cause fear and panic, but it's really, really dangerous, and it's not good for us. And I'm surprised that for the second year running, the government could not find an allocation in the ministry's budget to take care of the work. The disrepair is so bad that, Mr. Speaker, the engineers are recommending a total demolition so that a new facility is constructed. And this matter, Mr. Speaker, should continue to engage our attention. But having said that, Mr. Speaker, there is a policy matter that I believe it is now time for the ministry to confront, which is the fact that the ministry is still expanding and putting up more embassies. If you look at their program for this year, they want to open a new embassy in Mexico, and they are also proposing to open an additional one either in Jamaica or Trinidad and Tobago. That will bring us to about 59 missions. You ask yourself, if we are struggling to raise funds, goods and services has been cut substantially, and there's so much in arrears, rent, utilities, and all of that, should we continue to be opening new embassies, or we should carry out a rationalization exercise, which I think should be the way forward? Let's do a rationalization where some missions abroad can be given extra responsibility, some concurrent responsibility across other jurisdictions. Like you have, for example, the mission in Norway taking care of other Scandinavian countries. We can do that. We have a mission in Brazil. Can Brazil continue to take care of our interest in South America, that part of the globe? But we want to open an additional one in Mexico. Meanwhile, the existing 57, we are struggling to cater for them. And we all travel, we see what is going on. The last time we were in Malta, the vehicle that was used to pick us up was a right-hand drive that had been imported from our mission in Libya. We were the only people with a right-hand drive vehicle in a left-handed country. And we could only manage because that's what we have. And there are many of our missions, even ambassadors are renting vehicles. So I believe the time has come to reconsider this expansive policy where we are opening missions. Last year we opened additional missions, even in China, beyond Beijing, we went to Guangzhou and all of that. When we can rather give extra responsibility to the few existing ones and take good care of them. The literature shows that under Dr. Kwesi Boche, under Dr. Obeda Samwa, pardon me, as foreign minister, there was a major rush exercise. And eventually, it did boost morale, and it helped us as a country. So I think government will have to take a second look at this business of opening new embassies every year. Meanwhile, if you look at the allocations, you do a trend analysis, there is a decline year after year, particularly in capex and in goods and services. So I'm not sure we are on a sustainable path, and eventually this affects our image as a country when landlords are chasing us and foreign service staff cannot take care of them, of their obligations and all of that. And all of us, when we travel, we suffer the effect of these matters. So, Mr. Speaker, there are lots of issues in the sector, but for the sake of time, I would like to end here and urge honourable colleagues to support this report. Though very meager resources, we can only wish the minister well and hope that the matter of rationalization and cutting down philosophy of the president, opening more embassies when we cannot take care of the ones we have, I believe that is a matter that we should look at. But finally, Mr. Speaker, there is still one item outstanding. If you go through the text of the budget, Mr. Speaker, I believe it should be paragraph 514, Mr. Speaker, at page 101 of the budget. We are told that Ghana evacuated over 10,000 stranded Ghanaians. Yet when you go to the appendices, only 2,221 has been accounted for. Even that, you see that the numbers are not adding up. So the question is, the over 7,000 that have not been accounted for, who was responsible for that evacuation, and how do we track and be able to account for that evacuation that took place? So, Mr. Speaker, with these reservations, I call on honourable colleagues to support the 20 estimates of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration. I thank you very much.
Thank you, honourable member. Leader.
Speaker, I believe I should express gratitude for colleagues who have made various comments on the performance of the ministry in 2020 and also the allocation that the Ministry of Finance to the ministry this year. The Speaker, I think it's important that one or two things be related to. The issue raised by the ranking member when he said that to a 19.3 million expenditure, that is COVID related, the officials of the ministry indicated at the committee level that they didn't know anything about it. Speaker, I believe it's something that as a House we must follow up to demand further and better particulars, if indeed that was said. It cannot be that something to be spent over and above or be behind the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, what I do know is that at the COVID era, at the height of it, some expenditures were made on account of representations that were made by the Ministry of Finance, and the expenditures were made in the names of some of the ministries, departments, and agencies. Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding, if it happens that way, at least the committee in Parliament should be made aware. If it's about us being in a position to trace and track the expenditures, members and indeed the committees as part of our oversight responsibilities should be able to trace and track the expenditures. They cannot be kept just at the Ministry of Finance. Even if it is done there, the account should really show that this is being done in the name of the ministry. And officials of the ministry should also be in a position to know. So if he is telling us, the ranking member is telling us that the officers indicated that they didn't know, and that is serious. And it's a matter that should be further pursued. The Speaker, the other one relating to returnees. On occasions, on many occasions, as the ranking member does know, they came by chartered aircrafts. And on many occasions, they were not even half full. Yet when they were ready, they had to airlift them. In that regard, the average cost of evacuating them escalated, which is not what ordinarily should have happened. That would explain the high costs. But, Mr. Speaker, I will not pretend to know the of the expenditure incurred per capita. So again, if we have to look further into it, to me, it's fair and proper. But one cannot then conclude that it was an apparently wrongful placement of expenditures. I would disagree with my colleague on that. Yet, I agree that it is something that we should further pursue, because I know, as a matter of fact, that the evacuations, the evacuees who came, many of them were chartered flights, as and when it was found necessary and prudent to bring them, they were airlifted back to Ghana. The planes were not full, the planes had to be paid for, and the costs per capita then escalated. But we should know the details. How many flights that came down, with how many people on the average on board. That should satisfy the Committee on Foreign Affairs. So, Mr. Speaker, again, I think there is some more work to be done in those areas. Mr. Speaker, the issue about the current state of the Accra International Conference Center is something that is not new. I recollect that less than 5 years after the construction of that facility, engineers who did the assessment came and said there was a fundamental problem with that facility. It has lingered on up to now, and it's getting worse and worse. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that we should be looking at this. And our own system have been here since 1963, for all this long, close to 50 years until we rehabilitated it for use by members of Parliament. When at the outset we brought in engineers to assess the structural integrity of this facility, it came out that it was about 80%, more than 50 years after the construction. How come 5 years after the construction of a facility we have difficulties? It means something went wrong at the very outset in the construction of the International Conference Center. But that is a yesterday matter. If we have to pull it down, Mr. Speaker, to save lives, it may ultimately have to be done, just so that we protect life and property, and also ensure that whatever facility that comes out, maybe perhaps it will be a higher rise facility, given the fact that land in Accra is getting scarcer and scarcer for all of us. And we shall have a new design which will brighten the skyline of Accra. But the important thing is to save life. And I believe that as we are being advised that this structure must come down within the next 4 or 5 years, it certainly must be complied with so that we are able to save life. The other one about the rationalization of the embassies, again, is a matter of policy. What do we do? Where we are going as a country, we want to open up for much more serious investments. Previously, we were cocooned in our own shells. We wanted to stabilize first. Today, we've gone beyond that stage. And we need to open up. We are saying that we want to be the hub in the sub-region. How do you do it if you don't expand your frontiers? But doing that, we should also have our eyes on our abilities in maintaining the embassies. I agree. But it's a double-edged sword which needs to be further probed. We cannot let the status quo prevail because there are countries who are also competing with us to gain the status of becoming the emporium for the sub-region. And that being the case, Mr. Speaker, we certainly would need to expand our frontiers. How to do it, how fast to do it, is something that perhaps we can debate. But that we have to do it, Mr. Speaker, I think we should agree on that as a matter of principle. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the space granted.
Thank you, Leader. Honorable members, at the end of the debate, the question is, those in favor of the motion say aye. Those against the motion say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. This House has accordingly approved the sum of 497,037,051 Ghana cedis for the services of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration for the 31st December 2021. Honorable Leader.
We may want to go back to page 6. Page 6, and allow for presentation of papers. Item M. M as in Mary.
Item
M.
M.
M, page 6. M for Mary.
Presentation of papers. The Chairman.
Reports of the Committee on Defense and Interior on the annual budget estimate of the Ministry of National Security for the year ending 31st December 2021.
The report is duly presented and is for distribution to members.
Mr. Speaker, M, Roman number 2.
The Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I'm informed Interior is not ready, but that's rather they will lay for defense. That is M, Roman number 3.
The Chairman.
Report of the Committee on Defense and Interior on the annual budget estimate of the Ministry of Defense for the year ending 31st December 2021.
Honorable members, the report is duly presented and we should distribute it to members.
The Speaker, unknown to me, the report from the Committee on Defense and Interior on the Ministry of Interior, I understand is ready now, so it could be late. As the last one, Interior, the Ministry of Interior, you will lay the report for the Ministry of Interior to close the day.
Honorable Chairman.
Report of the Committee on Defense and Interior on the annual budget estimate of the Ministry of the Interior for the year 31st December 2021.
Honorable member, the report is duly presented and is for distribution of members. Honorable members, meanwhile, the Right Honorable.
The Speaker, I think the other reports are not ready, so we have to take an adjournment until tomorrow. So I've sent information to the Speaker that he should hold his horses. So we come tomorrow.
Any seconder?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I think I support the view of the leader of the House that we are in your hands. But just, Mr. Speaker, to add that we are getting to the end of the meeting and we don't want to go home and be recalled. So we should begin sending signal to the powers that be that our colleagues who are going to be deputy ministers, then they should come as early as possible, Mr. Speaker, so that the business committee, tomorrow we are meeting in the morning, then we can take all those things into consideration. Other than that, we will adjourn next week and go only to be recalled that we are coming to vet deputy ministers. So, so Mr. Speaker, this is just a reminder.
Mr. Speaker, we will adjourn until tomorrow at 10 in the forenoon. But, Mr. Speaker, to assure my colleague that he is not in the position to share the authority of nominating deputy ministers. It's not a shared responsibility. It's the president who has that responsibility. But certainly, at a propitious time, the name certainly will come. But don't forget that the president does the nomination in consultation with the ministers. The ministers are now busily working on their estimates. Once they conclude, there will be ample space for the president to consult them, and after the consultations, the names will come.
Members, the motion for adjournment has been moved and seconded. The House is accordingly adjourned till Thursday, 25th of March 2021 at 10 o'clock in the forenoon. Honorable members, I thank you very much for your cooperation.